And here, it gives me immense pleasure to bring to your kind notice the success of the recent University Connect program that concluded with a grand finale on 26 September 2023 at Bharat Mandapam, where Honorable Prime Minister addressed the student community. It was a proud moment to us as we were the 46th university to organize G20 University Connect program with Ministry of External Affairs, RIS, NIAS, and Bangalore in the same auditorium on 15th May 2023. After completing that milestone, RIS has taken the initiative to begin the next phase of University Connect. This program is specifically designed to enhance the collaboration among university professors, aiming to advance the objectives of knowledge sharing and academic excellence. I express my sincere thanks to RIS for involving us in this journey. I'm sure we will set another record this year. And I would like to brief about how our programs will be this year. As a part of University Connector, the Department of International Relations will organize a series of workshops, seminars, expert interactions, and young scholars roundtable discussion in collaboration with the different universities and institutions. At present, it is very necessary to involve the students, young minds, young scholars in such discussions which will help them in capacity building and enhance their communication skills. Today is the grand inauguration of this phase. I am happy to say that we have received a number of outstanding papers from different universities like Haryana, VTU, and Madras University, Gujarat University, and so on. And on vital themes like global South development, sustainable development, heritage conservation, science, innovation, and technology, and maritime economy are the main themes which we are going to focus on today. And I wish all the best for the today's presenters. I hope young scholars will be benefited by today's discussion. I would like to conclude my words by saying that Nishtha Dhruti Satyam. That means with dedication, steadfastness, and truth, you can reach your goal. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Karnataka.
For delivering the inaugural remarks, I invite Professor K.S. Rangappa, Distinguished Professor, CSIR Emeritus Scientist, Ambassador to KV University, former Vice Chancellor of University of Mysore, and former Vice Chancellor, Karnataka State Open University. I welcome you, sir.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. Today we have an international one-day national seminar on University Connect Hub Engaging Young Minds, organized by the Department of International Relations, Maharajas College, and RIS, Research and Information System for Developing Countries, New Delhi, and the Chemicals Center for China Studies, Chennai, and Kaveri Ayurvedic Medical College Hospital, Mysore. This one-day national seminar on University Connect Engaging Young Minds. On the dais, Dr. Sheshadachari, the member of the Governing Council, RIS, and Commander R.S. Watson, Director General, Chennai Center for China Studies, and my good friend and the principal of the Vidyavadaka College of Engineering, Mysore, Dr. Professor Sadasiva Gowda, Krishna Prasad, Dr. Bharati Hiramat, and distinguished participants of this one-day national seminar, dignitaries, and ladies and gentlemen, media friends. I deem it to be an honor to be present here today for the one-day national seminar organized by various institutions, including RIS New Delhi. Indeed, it's a vital activity because organizing seminars or conferences helps students, research scholars, and eminent scientists, and in and across the nation to meet and discuss the ongoing trends in science, research, and also cutting-edge technologies of the latest. That is the reason why everyone is, interested in conducting this kind of national seminars, which will be greatly benefited to the student community and researchers. Today, we are in the era that is marked by rapid technological advancements and environmental challenges, which involves the intersection of science, technology, and sustainability. So the three very important, key areas to be connected. That's why you say a connect hub. That's the reason why we call this as a connect hub, university connect hub, engaging the end needs of you all. Now, sustainability or sustainable development goals has become a crucial or critical topic for than ever before. It is very critical these days. Innovation or discoveries in science and technology is also crucial for achieving sustainable development because it has the potential to revolutionize industries and improve the quality of life and address the global challenges such as climate change, resource depletion, and also the biodiversity loss that we are incurring today. These are the important points to be discussed today. And one of the most pressing challenges of our time is a shift from fossil fuels to the renewable sources of energy. Innovations in solar, wind, and hydroelectric power technologies are making it possible to harness clean energy more efficiently and affordably than ever before. That's the challenge that we have. I being a scientist, what else I can discuss with you except the present day scenario in science and technology innovation. So therefore, we must be able to make it possible to harness the clean energy, more effectively and affordably than ever before. That's the challenges that is before us. We have to discuss those important points in today's. These advancements not only reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, but also create new opportunities for economic growth and job creation. That's also equally important. That country needs. If you look at the scenario in China, this is exactly what they are doing. That India must take up this kind of challenges. That is, our Prime Minister is after such things. Our Prime Minister is after these discoveries. More importantly, one has to discuss. These advancements, as I said, also the transportation sector, for example, is a significant contributor to carbon emissions. Transportation. Why carbon emission? It's because of the transportation, which related to the transportation. Innovations in electric vehicles these days, we are getting electric vehicles, battery technology, and sustainable fuels are paving the way for greener and more efficient transportation system. Why should we not think of those things? Why should we not discuss those challenges today before us? That's very important. These innovations not only reduce the air pollution, but also reduce our dependence on imported fossil fuels. That's very important. So innovations in recycling, waste to energy technologies and sustainable, materials are promoting a shift towards a circular economy, what you call circular economy, where resources are reused, recycled, and regenerated, minimizing waste and maximizing the value. That is the one that we should discover and discuss these things. With the global population expected to reach nearly 10 billion by 2050, 10 billion by 2050, there is an urgent need to produce more food with fewer resources. That's very important. We will facing the crisis in the food. By 2050, we must think of more food and fewer resources. Innovations in precision agriculture, including drones, sensors, and artificial intelligence driven analysis, and for helping the farmers optimize crop yields, reduce water usage, and minimize environmental impact factor. These are the things to be discussed today. These are the order of the day that one should discuss. If India has to become a leader in the area of science and research and technologies, truly achieve the potential of its vast talent in the coming years, the nation will require a significant expansion of its research capabilities across all disciplines. That's very important. We should pool the intelligent minds. We must, we require the significant expansion of its research capabilities across all disciplines, not necessarily chemistry, not necessarily physics, not necessarily biology. Across all disciplines, we must develop that kind of culture. Now, the National Science Foundation, we see in the United States of America, the National Science Foundation is one such independent federal agency which is created to promote progress in science. India has to develop that. And I'm sure India is in the work of preparing and making that kind of the National Science Foundation's system. Today, I'm happy to see you all here that in a work to present your innovative ideas, driving towards adopting the sustainable technologies, it empowers to reimagine the way we live, the way we work, the way we interact with our planet. That's also equally important. However, innovation alone is not enough. It must be coupled with strong policies that India has to come out. Innovation, it should be coupled with the policies. Investment in research and development and collaboration across these sectors and borders. This is the way that that the nation has to develop. Not necessarily there are maybe, there are hundreds of innovative minds. What do you do with that? Unless the government encourages and puts across us or coupled with the policies, we should come out and the investment that should happen to the research and development and collaboration across the sectors and borders. As we look towards the future, let us embrace the power of innovation to create a more sustainable, equitable, and prosperous world for all. This is ultimately, we need to think of these in the RIS, in the research and innovation systems. Then I am sure today, one day seminar, there are many experts are here in front of me, will discuss and come out with some ideas, some new ideas, so that you can recommend to the government of India. The representative of RIS is here, Sheshwar Vichari, will definitely carry forward to the country and put it across for the use. and I wish you all success. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to share my views with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. I now invite Dr. Sheshadri Chari, Member of Governing Council, Research and Information System for Developing Countries, RIS New Delhi, to present the keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sapna Abraham, for those very kind words. Dr. Bharati Hiramat, Dr. Rangappa, Dr. Sadakshi Powder, Commander Vasan, and Krishna Saji, and friends. I think after Dr. Rangappa's presentation, introduction, there is hardly anything left to explain further. So I think this will be the shortest keynote address in the history of seminars. So, but it's always a pleasure to it's always a pleasure to listen to Dr. Rangappa, and I must also compliment Dr. Bharati Hiramat for a number of things, in fact. One thing is the follow-up activity that she has been so efficiently doing. Because when we started off with G20, the government, I had come here for the G20 lecture, so we must have all met and we have heard about all those things. When India took the presidency of G20, there was some sort of a brainstorming session within the government. So everybody said G20, RIS, as you all know, Research and Information System, this is the 40th year we are celebrating. This was founded by former Prime Minister Mrs. Indira Gandhi and a very wise foreign policy person, Dr. Parthasarathi, Ambassador Parthasarathi. He was the one who initiated this idea, saying that we need to have some sort of a forum or an organization to look into the problems of the developing world. If you remember, we are now talking very freely about developing world. But 40 years back, the word developing world meant something different. In those days, what was then called developing world used to be called as third world. So the first world was the developed countries. At that time, USA, UK, France, Germany, Italy, these countries were considered to be very developed. They also used another word for it, North. So as against North, the underdeveloped is South. That is how the North-South divide came into prominence. So what was the development? A lot of development was there, in fact, at that time. Now these developments were heralded by whom? In the US mainly. There is an institution, there is an organization in the US, Professor Rangappa and other people would know, many of the scholars here would also know, called the DARPA. So the DARPA basically is an extension, you can say, of NASA. So their main focus is developing something for the military, improving military technology. Why improve military technology? So that you use the American military and its technological strength to reach out to as many countries as possible, overall that country, and get those countries to submit to the American hegemony. This was the whole idea. So what you do is you keep on working on this, so that if some country is technologically advanced, let us say in a scale of 1 to 10, they are at 8. USA should always be 7 or 5 in that technology. So the moment that country comes to 5, USA would be 2 or 3, or maybe even 1. So no country in the world should surpass the military technology of the US. So all innovations started with that idea. Now, nothing remains, technology cannot be kept a secret for long. Somewhere or the other, it exhibits itself by way of necessity or by becoming outdated. So once it is outdated, what do you do with the technology? You give it to somebody else. And then that somebody else works on that technology. So that you have gone to the next stage or next level of that particular technology. So this is how some of the so-called quote-unquote third world countries used to get technology. Now 40 years later, 2024, what is the situation? Those countries which I mentioned earlier, Great Britain, Germany, Italy, France, UK, where are they in the economic order? India is the fourth largest economy in the world. And if you go by the latest figures, by August, India will be the third largest economy. The first will be the US, second is China, and third is India. That is the strength of India. And as far as technology is concerned, India's technology is also, you can say, to a very large extent, the third best technology overall scale, but in certain areas, India has proved to be far better and superior than even the US. We have seen it in the case of moon landing. India was the only country and the first country to land on the moon in a particular spot where no country in the world has so far landed. And look at this, we are 40 years later. Although we began 40 years late, we are where some of the most technologically advanced countries in the world are today. Last week, we were discussing with some of our technology partners with whom we are working from the RIS and also from the Government of India. We very closely work with ISRO and DRDO. We have developed certain technologies for the Indian Army. Basically, it is for Indian Army, but anywhere it can be used. It's something, a very novel idea of a quadruped, which with 360 degrees movement and 4 cameras attached. And the same quadruped, which was costing something like 35 crores, has been made in India with just 2 crores. This is the kind of technological power that India's youth has got. So that is where, when I was just going through some of the abstracts here, it is astonishing that in a very short time, Dr. Bharati Hireman could ask so many people to submit papers, more than 140 or something, right? If I'm not mistaken. Obviously, if it is 200 or 150, then I know I have signed 250 certificates yesterday night till 1 o'clock. So I know how difficult it must have been. So you must, I mean, it's not that only scholars here have worked towards this conference, even a non-scholar like me has worked towards the conference to that extent. So we can imagine
And this number also is not, I mean, not the maximum. Given more time, probably each and every one of you would have brought up with something fantastic, more important than this. That is why we always say, there are problems, every country has problems. But what we in India generally say is, we have one person for every problem. And for every problem, we can designate one person who will find a solution. So that is the kind of brain power that we have. 40 years back when RIS was established, we used to talk about brain drain. Mr. Rangappa and other people must have heard about this one. They would spend 5 years, 4 years, 5 years on a student, prepare him, train him. But then that student will find no avenue to work in India. And then it is quite frustrating. Not that he will be very happy, but then he will go and work in some company, some laboratory in US. IIT students will find nowhere to go. They will go and then they will work in the US. And that is how, if you see today, some of the 20 biggest multinational corporations are headed by Indians, because this was the brain that India produced. But we had no avenue to make use of that brain. But today, when you see the situation, it's the reverse. What we call the reverse brain drain. So whatever went out 40 years back, most of it is coming back with good amount of interest. India is the only country which can pay a better interest. Those who are in the field of economics would know that no country in the world can offer more than 2 or 3% for their deposits. Rate of interest is less than 2%. And there are some countries where if you keep the money in the bank, you have to pay to the bank because they are looking after your money. That is the situation. And here we are talking of ROA, return on investment, to the tune of 22% sometimes. Of course, borrowing interest is different and giving interest is different. That's a different story. We will not go into those details. Some of the bankers here and some of the economists here will probably know all those details. But what I'm planning to say is this: we are now getting the brain back. And we are now working on various fundamentals. Out of 17 SDGs, which Dr. Rangappa said, out of the 17 SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, which we are supposed to complete in 2030, India is the only country which has been able to have a ministerial interaction on every SDG. No other country has been able to do it. So now we are not only working on SDGs, we are not only working on technologies, we are also working simultaneously on a number of other areas, what in geopolitics we call region. So we have got newer regions. And the newest region which is now developing is the Indo-Pacific. Indo-Pacific as an institution, it's not an institutionalized, but once it is institutionalized, it will be probably the second largest institution in the world, next to United Nations. And we are seeing the failure of United Nations to a very large extent, what we call the P5. There is no longer their P5. Except USA and China, no country among this P5 really qualifies to be decision maker as far as the world economy or world order is concerned. That is the kind of situation. So we are actually in a situation where there is a turning point. It is a metamorphosis that is happening. Huge change is happening. Huge churning is happening. A huge, you can say, today is Easter Sunday. So it's the best day to say what resurrection means. So there is a resurrection. India is being resurrected and unleashing its soft power potential for peace and prosperity of the globe. That is the kind of situation that we are now facing, we are now experiencing. And you are the people who are actually the drivers of this growth. The kind of power that you have, the kind of brain power that you have, the kind of inertia that you have, the kind of force that you can exert on the policymakers is phenomenal. So our job is like that of a postman. Whatever you are producing, we take it and take it to the government. We make it, convert it into a policy document. Because government does not understand all these things. There are very few people in the government who will read one full page continuously. They can't read more than 2 paragraphs. That is the problem. They have got other things to do. But we make the policies. So many of these organizations here are collaborating with RIS, and I'm very happy to note that when we spoke to Dr. Bharati Hirimath about this collaboration, that's one more reason why I should praise you, madam. You are the first to respond. We wrote to 25 universities. Only 20 of them responded. We said, please organize people who can think, the next generation, or what we call, who can think in terms of India's problems and come out with solutions. We know the problem. There are a lot of people to tell us what the problem is, but very few people to tell what the solution is. So we don't want to hear people who are going to tell us about the problem. We want people who are going to tell us about the solution. So out of 25, only 20 responded. And Dr. Bharati was the first one to respond. So that is where we thought that this should be one of the most important things. So that is why we have created what we call the University Connect Hub. The Prime Minister, when we first attended the G20 meeting, the Prime Minister said, take the message of G20 to the people. Go and tell the people what G20 is and what India's presidency should do. So we were also wondering how to tell about G20 and all that. We have got a lot of material about G20. But when we started talking to people, talking to others, then we realized there is a huge amount of potential among the people. Then the next meeting, when we went and presented the paper and all that, the Prime Minister said, forget the thinkers, forget the economists, forget all those people. I don't want you to waste time on them. Go to colleges. His initial idea was that we should at least go to 1,000 schools. But then that was too large a program. So he said at least go to 75 colleges. That was the 75th year of India's independence. But then by the time we started working on it, it became the 76th year of India's independence. So he said, "Abhi ek aur zyada kar do, 76 kar do." And in our enthusiasm, we did 100. 100 colleges. RIS was given the responsibility. So we also did the same thing which you did now. We clapped. And that is why we got into trouble. And we had told the Prime Minister, we have done 100, sir. He said, "Bahut acha hua. Now call all these principals and vice chancellors of all the 100 universities." He said, "But why?" He said, "Why? What did you do 100 colleges? Now go to the next step." Then we realized we should not have clapped like this. But we said, yes, we will do it. Then he said, I will come and talk to those students. Collect at least 20, 25 students from each university where you attended. So these 100 universities, so 10,000 students should come. We said, yes, we will do it. Then next question was when? So we said, whenever you say so, next week. Then we did what you are doing now, no clapping. Then we realized this is the danger. But we did it, we could do it. The next week, we sent the report, and next week, some of you must have come. I think we talked about it. Some of you must have come in there. It was in the Bharat Mandapam where the G20 meeting took place. 10,000 students from 100 colleges, 100 universities. 35 vice chancellors could make it. If you tell a vice chancellor to come to you, it's just very short notice. But it was the program. It was a successful program where the Prime Minister told the students that you are going to be the future of this country. So we made a report again, but this time we were very careful not to send that report to the Prime Minister. We sent it to the Minister of External Affairs because we work for the Minister of External Affairs. But I don't know, I never thought that would happen. The ministry sent it to the PMO. And then, again, I'm glad that nobody is clapping. This third problem came. University Connect Hub. He said, now select 20-25 universities and concentrate on them. And then those universities should have variety of verticals, not just geopolitics and international relations. It should have physics, chemistry, biology, all subjects, science. Take every subject, make a representative 25 universities. That is how this University Connect Hub idea started. So we are looking after that. Personally, our research scholar, Dr. Priyadeshi Dash is looking after it, but he could not come because we had a very important meeting last week with South Korea where we are now trying to improve upon the trade relationship. So we had gone there, so he is preparing the report of it. So on his behalf, I have come here. So what we propose to do is collect more such papers, get those problems and solutions, make a policy document for every ministry, and then give it to the government and try and implement those policies, convert those policies into programs so that more number of problems can find solutions, more number of brains to put together for the development that we are envisaging under the banner of a new Indian Renaissance program. So this is a very big program that we are all doing, and I'm glad that each and every one of you is party to this growth trajectory in the growth engine. It's a very great experience for me. It's a learning experience for me. So this is actually not a keynote address, but it is a beginning of a learning process for a person like me who does not have any background as far as research and science and other areas are concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. For delivering the distinguished remarks, I invite Commodore R.S. Vasan, IN retired, Director General, Chennai Center for China Studies, and Region Director, National Maritime Foundation, Tamil Nadu Chapter. Commodore R.S. Vasan is a 1971 war veteran and is an alumnus of University of Mysore. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Samna. Dr. Bhatti Element, Professor Rangappa, Dr. Chani, Dr. Sashi Goda, Dr. Krishna Prasad, all the wonderful audience here who are assembled on the last day of the financial year, and also most importantly on the Easter day. As Dr. Chari rightly brought out, is the day of resurrection of hope, resurrection of faith, resurrection of belief, resurrection of all the ethos that we look for in humanity. So it's a great day to assemble here today. And I'm very personally happy and honored to be here because I've also been part of the University of Mysore, from where I got my graduation degree. And I was mentioning it to Sapna this morning that we came here for the convocation those days. And I was telling you about this, we all used to rush to the photo studios and take your gowns and caps and all that, pay him that 5 rupees or 10 rupees those days, take a photograph, and then come and sit here for the convocation. So I remembered all those days when I was here as part of the University of Mysore. And so therefore it's a day of a great honor for me to be part of the initiative of the University Connect program that's been launched. So thankful to Dr. Rangappa and Dr. Seshadri Chari. If Seshadri Chari said that I has nothing more to add after Rangappa has said, I really have nothing to add at all. Because everything that has to be said has already been covered. More importantly, I think the parties about the University Connect program, the inspiration for which obviously has come from the top leadership. And the way it has shaped is something that shaped the future of this country. That's where, we all need to be very happy about this kind of engagement. We saw the momentum that's out there, as was explained by Dr. Chari, but to say that, it's at the top level, we are getting people who matter for the future. Now, as I mentioned this to you, you all know that there are something like 1.86 crore first-time voters who will come this time. That is the strength of the youth. And they are the ones who are shaping the future of this country, not me and Dr. Chari or Dr. Abhinay. Hopefully, we have laid some foundations for this kind of a growth, but now this is going to be enabled, empowered by you all who are sitting on the other side. So it's your era, it's your century, it's in your century likewise. Now everybody tells you that this is the century of Asia. Then they tell you it's also the century of the seas. As a naval officer, former naval officer, it's important for me to know that it's the century of the seas. More importantly, it is the Indian century. So we all should be very proud of being part of this evolution to the present state. Now, where India is going to lead the rest of the world. The G20 leadership has told you, how we taken this leadership role. G20 was not something which happened in Delhi. It happened across India. It was seen by the rest of the world. And people like Charlie and others have taken this to the universities, to the school children. Why? Because they are the ones who need to understand the importance of India, the centrality of India in Indo-Pacific, another term which Dr. Charlie used, which we all have embraced. 4 important countries of the world have got together. India, Japan, USA, and Australia. So we are again in the center. The Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative is ours. There's so much that we are doing out there to bring these countries together and to carve a path that benefits humanity and the youth. So, I think you all should be very, very happy and proud that you are at the right age and you are the ones to whom this baton of carrying India forward will be handed over. It's already been handed over to you. So the ball is not in our court. We are only the facilitators now sitting on the other side, trying to look at this journey and what we are capable of doing in the years that come ahead. I think Professor Rangappa rightly brought about the importance of scientific temperament and what more needs to be done, whether it is energy transition, whether it's commitment to our sustainable development goals. Again, it was brought to your notice that it's only India that is looking at specifically at the ministerial level at all the 17 SDGs. And we are likely to meet these targets. And in energy transition and commitment to green energy, we are again ahead of the curve. The transition from fossil fuel to green energy, hydrogen energy, and all that is something that is unbelievable. The speed at which we are doing conversion is. All this is happening because of the strong youth who we are targeting today by engaging the young minds. What are we trying to do when we are trying to engage the young minds? One is to educate them. Next is to empower them. Third is to equip them with the wherewithal to take this country to loftier heights. Fifth is, of course, to engage them, engage them at all levels. So this is what we are trying to do by these programs, and I'm very happy with the kind of initiatives that have been taken. Personally speaking, I must thank Dr. Bharti Hiremat. She is also a member of the Chennai Center for China Studies, and we have a very active Young Minds program. There are about 280 young minds who are discussing only China on a daily basis. Every day there are at least 8 or 10 links that are sent to them, and that creates discussion. And so therefore, for us to partner with the University of Mysore on this laudable initiative was something that we readily jumped into. And we will continue to contribute to this process of enabling, empowering, equipping the youth for taking on the challenges of this century. So I believe we have only 3 minutes. I don't know how much we have spoken. So in the interest of time, let me just wish this program a great success. I have no doubts that this will pay rich dividends in terms of the deliverables that will be taken to the top leadership by RIS, who have again taken a lead role in engaging with the youth at different levels, at the school level, at the college level, at the PhD level. So this is what will make us a nation that we will look up to. We are not going to stop at that being the 3rd largest economy of the world. That's just one of the things. But by 2047, when we have 100 years of our independence, there's a lot more that we have to achieve. And that lot more will come from you. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. I now invite Dr. V. Sadashivagowda, Principal, Vidyavardhaka College of Engineering, Mysuru, Dean, Faculty of Engineering, Visvesvaraya Technological University. Welcome. We welcome you, sir.
Very good morning to all of you. Today's chief guest, Professor K.S. Rangappa. We also listened to Dr. Shesha Richari, then Commander R.S. Watson, Dr. Krishna Prasad, and the key person who has made all these arrangements, Dr. Bharati Hiremat, all the distinguished invitees and student friends. Much has been said about the purpose of this one-day national seminar. The university connect up, engaging young minds. I think all of us know that the India's power lies in young minds. And we are growing because of having large number of younger population. And we are leading because of that. And if you look at the number of unicorns, number of innovations that are happening in India in the last 1 decade is phenomenal. It is again because of young minds. And we have people with 20 years, 25 years, 30 years leading companies as CEOs. That was unheard of 1 or 2 decades ago. Because of the kind of environment that has been created in the last 1 decade, we could see the students who are pursuing education, it could be engineering, it could be medicine, they want to become entrepreneurs. They want to become job creators rather than job seekers. So that is the trend. I see even in our own institute, we see a lot of students trying to become entrepreneurs. Earlier, they would take 10 years, 20 years after graduation to become entrepreneurs. But now the situation is right. And we produce so many entrepreneurs. Almost 30 to 40,000 entrepreneurs are created every year in India. Maybe all the entrepreneurs may not become great, but even 5%, 10% of them become unicorns. I think we become a leading country in everything. Not USA, not China. I think we are going to overtake almost every country in the next 1 or 2 decades. That is the situation today. I think in that context, this seminar is very meaningful and fruitful. And we are going to present a lot of papers. And we also, if you look at if you just go back in time, we had a circular economy in the villages. Whatever they needed, they were producing and they were consuming the same thing. And today, that is not the situation. Sometimes we produce much more than the actual requirement. Sometimes we don't produce at all. So I think there are problems in the society, in the country. And if you want jobs, I think we need to have problems. See, if you don't have problems, I don't think so many people who graduate will not be able to get jobs. As engineers, particularly because I come from engineering background, we believe that we need to have problems. If there are problems, then we can find solutions to them. We can create jobs. If there are no problems, I don't think we need to produce so many engineers, because India produces 10 lakh engineers every year. Now, where do they get jobs if there are no problems? But at the same time, sustainability is important. Now, if you look at the problems we are facing, there are many. Number one, if you look at the energy problem, we want to produce clean and green energy, but it has not been possible so far, because we have many issues to be addressed. If you look at the solar power, wind power, there are some issues that we are not able to address it. You look at the electric vehicles, even though it produces less pollution in the cities, but battery disposal is a big problem. And the amount of lithium ion ore you have to extract to produce lithium ion battery, and the amount of pollution you create in the iron ore and the nearby area is so much that we don't have solutions to those things. So on one hand, we have certain solutions. At the other hand, we are also creating a lot of problems in the world. So we on one hand, we talk about sustainability. On the other hand, we talk about rapid development. So they need to go hand in hand. We need to reduce that are dangerous to the nature. We need to increase what is useful to the mankind and also to the nature, because we have been exploiting nature to the extent that it becomes not repairable. So sustainability talks about not damaging the nature. So as young minds, you have to think how I can find solution that does not damage the nature. That is where we need young people like you to think differently, think creatively, think innovatively, so that we are going to find solutions, but with less damage to the nature. Because all the problems that we are facing, it could be the global warming, it could be the energy crisis, it could be the food shortage. If you just talk about food shortage, we produce 2.5 times the actual requirement. But we waste so much. You can go to any marriage function, how much food is being wasted? And who has to find solutions to those? We know that it is being wasted. Many things we are aware of it, yet we are not addressing those problems. I think it is our responsibility to produce solutions that are sustainable, that do not damage the nature, so that future generations should live happily in this planet. Because we cannot be looking at only our own, because we have become so greedy nowadays. We want everything for ourselves. And if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, there are 17. From no poverty to the last one is very important, that is partnership. The SDG 17 talks about partnership. I think this seminar is talking about partnership, collaborations. Unless we collaborate with, for example, you go to the rural area, in a couple of decades ago, they were never using any pesticide or insecticide. But today, for each and every crop, they use so much. In fact, we are going to eat certain percentage of pesticide in our daily consumption of food. So who has to address that problem? As in minds, I think it is your responsibility to address even that problem in the rural area. So partnership is required. The university students need to partner with rural farmers. The university students need to partner with government. You need to partner with other institutions, maybe medical, engineering. There are many fields, but we are not good at partnering. We are not good at collaborations. And we are working in silos. As long as we work in silos, I don't think we'll be able to produce solutions that are acceptable for everyone, including the nature. So I believe this one-day seminar will deliberate on these issues that are very important for the sustainability, for the future generation, for the nature, and for all of us. And I would like to thank Dr. Iramet for inviting me to say a few words, and I wish you all the best. Have a great seminar, great learning. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Priyadarshi Dash, Associate Professor, Research and Information System for Developing Countries, RIS, New Delhi, could not be here with us today. So on behalf of him, I will be reading out the message. Good morning to you all. As coordinator of the University Connect Hub initiative at RIS, I welcome all the dignitaries, distinguished speakers, organizing team and participants of this one-day national seminar being held today at University of Mysore. I sincerely apologize that I could not make it to Mysore to physically attend the seminar due to some important financial year-end commitments. But I am very much aware of the effort that the organizing team led by Professor Bharati Harimath has put in for the seminar. I have no doubt that the seminar would be a huge success, particularly with the enthusiastic participation and contribution of our young minds. As you're aware, the world has faced multiple crises in the recent past, beginning with the COVID-19 pandemic in 2019. While we are learning to forget the wounds of the COVID-19 pandemic and preparing our economies to repair and recover from the loss of output, income, and reduction in social welfare, and world facing the Russia-Ukraine conflict, Israel-Hamas conflict, and subsequent deterioration in geopolitical environment and erosion in global peace. Further, disruptions in global supply chains and consequent rise in prices of oil and energy, essential commodities, etc., across many countries of the world seem to have weakened the momentum that the people and countries had gained in the post-COVID period. The gravity of these challenges and the evolving geopolitical and economic situation has attracted significant attention in the regional and multilateral institutions and forums such as G7, G20, BRICS, COP, WTO, among others. On the other hand, there is a need to continue collective efforts towards global development challenges like climate adaptation, energy transition, achievements of SDGs, ensuring financial inclusion, addressing social inequality, promoting women-led development, leveraging on digitalization, reform of international financial architecture, reforming international taxation system, among others. Developing countries and lesser developing countries need a fair voice in the reform of global governance and associated reform of multilateral institutions such as the UN, IMF, World Bank, WTO, WHO, and the multilateral development banks. India's efforts as G20 presidency in 2023 has left lasting impact in the recent development discourse in terms of building consciousness on critical development challenges facing the Global South and introduced initiatives that could steer a new era of development led by the Global South countries. India significantly highlighted and popularized the importance of digital public infrastructure for development during the G20 presidency. Lifestyle for Sustainable Development, shortly called LIFE, was another important contribution by India. Following it sincerely could result in a dramatic behavioral change in human actions towards nature and environment in the entire world. All the themes covered in this seminar are critical dimensions of a new development narrative that we all wish to embrace in the future. Be it harnessing blue economy, increasing production and use of renewable energy, exploring the contribution of space technologies and economy, Industry 4.0, etc. We need new ideas, evidence-based policy research, and last but not the least, the cooperation among countries. I am quite sure that most of these issues are going to be deliberated upon at different sessions of seminar today. Looking forward to the interesting ideas and recommendations emerging out of the seminar. Thank you. I now invite Dr. Krishna Prasad N., Director, Kaveri Ayurvedic Medical College and Hospital, Managing Director, Nature Well Wellness, Mysuru, for the concluding remarks. Over to you, sir.
Namaste everyone. Distinguished dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and dear delegates. As Dr. Seshadri sir noted, at this G20 India's presidency, India has showcased its achievements, strengths, and the best practices that the nation can offer to create and shape an inclusive and prosperous planet to make it a better place to live. In this regard, last decade has been phenomenal for India's traditional medicine. Ministry of Ayush and World Health Organization established the Global Center for Traditional Medicine in Jamnagar. It's just the beginning of a traditional medicine era for the next 25 years. Ayush and Health and Family Welfare are working together to develop a one-stop heal in India portal to promote India as the medical tourism destination of the world. So Government of India created a special new category of visa called Ayush visa, for the foreign nationals for the treatment under Ayurveda, Yoga, Naturopathy, Unani, Siddha, and homeopathy systems of healthcare. Ayush visa is boost the medical value travel to promote medical tourism. The practice of traveling across the international borders to seek healthcare services. Also, the wellness tourism, very important to note. A travel associated with maintaining and enhancing one's well-being, a very important, because everybody focuses on health, not on wellness. So it is estimated that the global wellness economy will grow at 9.9% annually, and Ayush-based economy by $70 billion by 2025. Which means our Hittalagida is becoming Madhu for foreign nationals. You might have observed a recent trend all over the old song, the line. What it says? Karimani Malika Neenalla. So it's actually not Neenalla. It is Karimani Malika Nee Nalla. So similarly, why I quote this is, similarly, this Hittalagida Maddalla is misunderstood. It doesn't mean the plant in our own backyard is not a medicine. It is understood like this. Hittalagida Maddalla. It is not so. It means to say what is freely available, what is easily available in our own backyard is not regarded. It doesn't gain the importance, though it has a very wonderful, rich medicinal value. That's why I say Hittalagida. So please correct it if, as the proper meaning. By the way, we are eagerly awaiting to hear from the young minds engaged in the thought process to create a HGM visa. What is that HGM visa? We have created Ayush visa for foreign nationals. I would like to see HGM visa by our presenters, Hittalagida Madhu visa. Okay. Why I say this to the Indian nationals, so that the Indians make most of our own treasure what we have. So I wish all the presenters speaking on different themes in this seminar, right from traditional medicine, sustainable development, blue economy, heritage conservation, innovative science and technology, and all the best for even other topics. In this juncture, on behalf of the organizers, I express our reverence and admirations to Professor Rangappa sir. He is the synonym of dynamism. He is instrumental in, and has the lion's share in the growth and development of the universities. So we are very happy to have sir with us, and sir has always been supporting in our endeavors to any of these seminars and all. So give me a big round of applause. We have Seshadri Chari sir. Now he is the repertoire of knowledge, and he is there all the way from RIS New Delhi and giving us the opportunities to express our our concerns on goals in such platforms. So we are very much grateful to you, sir. We have Commodore Vasan sir, who is an inspiring personality, as you could hear him now. So he is always shouldering the responsibility of organizing such seminars. Thank you, sir. And we have Dr. Sadashiva Gowda, sir. Thank you for gracing the occasion and giving your input, sir. We have delegates from Central University of Gujarat, from K.R. Mangalam University, Haryana, Chanakya University, Bangalore, University of Madras, Mahe, Manipal, VTU, Belgaum, Vidyavardhaka College of Engineering, students from Kaveri Ayurveda Medical College, Mysuru, STG First Grade College, Pandapur, and even from the Department of Mysore University and other colleges. So, and I thank all the media persons, technicians, and our indebted regards to each and every one for your invaluable presence and partake. Thank you, Anand.
Audience, kindly note that the inaugural distinguished guest will also be our subject experts for today during the expert input session. With such a distinguished lineup of speakers, we are poised for a day of enlightenment and inspiration. As we have come to the end of the inaugural session, we request the dignitaries to kindly occupy the seats in the audience. Now we will be commencing our first session for today. We have lined up session 1 with 11 speakers presenting and the second session with 12 presenters, which will be followed by an analysis of the presentation by the experts panel. As you can see in the agenda with you, we have an array of sessions covering a wide spectrum of topics, each one designed to provoke thought, spark discussion, and foster collaboration. Before we commence up with the first session, I would like to remind all the participants of the venue logistics. Please adhere to the designated time for each session, and in case of any queries or assistance required, our staff members will readily be available to help. The presenters will receive 3 + 1 minute for your presentations. At the end of the 3rd minute, you will get a warning bell. After a minute, you will receive your final bell. We request the speakers to kindly conclude your remarks before the final bell. We request each speaker to stick to the allocated time to ensure that all the presenters get enough time to present the paper. With that said, let's embark on the enriching journey together as we explore the realms of knowledge and innovation. I invite to the stage the speakers of the first session. We request you to kindly occupy the seats on the stage. we'll be starting our section 1. I invite Dr. Manoj Babu Buraga, Assistant Professor, Manipal Center for European Studies, MAHE. He will be presenting on the topic European Union in the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative, IPOI.
A very good morning to everyone. I would like to extend my gratitude to the organizers for this initiative and opportunity. So in my presentation, I'll be exploring the possibilities and try defining the terms of EU's involvement in the IPOI, which is Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative. At the end of my presentation, I would like to receive experts' inputs and suggestions to improve my research paper. And also it gives me immense pleasure. I'm sharing this seminar with Dr. Sheshantichari and Kumar Vasan, where both are connected with my current institutions, which is MAHE and National Maritime Foundation. So this is going to be one of my fastest presentation I have made so far. So to begin with, when we look at the EU's core interest in the Indo-Pacific region, the 50% of Europe's key maritime trade routes in Asia run through the Indian Ocean. Therefore, strategically making the security of the region free, open, secure, slot is crucial for the Europeans. The economic interest brought EU at the political level with normative values, with its normative approach of freedom of navigation and maritime multilateralism, where EU is trying to establish a rules-based multilateral order in the Indo-Pacific region. Although the European Union lacks its naval capability, but EU naval force, Atalanta, plays a vital role in EU's common security and defense policy, and EU's naval diplomacy for the Indo-Pacific. EU has been involved in the Western Indian Ocean region largely through its counter-piracy operations. Similarly, coordinated maritime presence, which is a framework for both member states and the EU to synergize and align the efforts, facilitating a continued EU's maritime presence in the designated maritime areas of interest and promoting international cooperation. So the European Union jointly carried a joint naval exercise in the Gulf of Guinea along with India. To highlight EU's maritime domain awareness operations through a critical maritime routes in the Indian Ocean, which is Primary 1 and 2 programs, which promotes a holistic approach to a maritime security encompassing both non-traditional security as well as the hard security. So a very important one, which is already mentioned in the previous slide, that the economic interest brought EU at political level with the normative values has come out with EU strategy for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific region, which is to achieve the objective of an open and free Indo-Pacific region. So as we are aware that the Indo-Pacific countries in their strategic documents do mention and try to establish a rules-based multilateral order, we have international law which is codified, and small island states and coastal states would benefit from the international law more than a rules-based order. The main part of my presentation, I would like to highlight the Indian version of the free, open Indo-Pacific, which is very inclusive, free and rules-based. So which is IPOI. The perception that IPOI is all about SDG 14, which is a line below auto, which is not the case. The putting all SDGs together is IPOI. So in IPOI, where we have a 7 spokes, which are leads in the Indo-Pacific. So you can, the so far, like each spoke has the 7 leads. So where European Union can still involve in the initiative, can co-lead, Union can be the co-lead for the maritime security, science and technology, and academic cooperation, and capacity building, and resource sharing, and finally, the maritime security and one aspect actually where India and EU jointly organized many track 1, track 2, track 1.5 workshops, and still India, you can co-lead for this pillar. Yeah, just seconds. So finally, so let me come up the final conclusion slide. So I would like to conclude my presentation with a few possible implementable recommendations where the think tanks, seminars, the workshops related to maritime issues can feed and define the terms of EU's involvement in the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative. And these are the possible recommendations. And also I would like to seek your suggestions at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manav Babu. I now invite Dr. C.S. Anuradha, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics and Public Policy, Shastra University, Chennai campus. Ma'am will be presenting on the subject India's Blue Economy, Public Policy Initiatives and Uprising.
Yeah, so good morning to you all. I just feel like this will be instant coffee instead of filter coffee. So hopefully I can make some sense. So I'll just try to clarify what I mean by blue economy. As you know, blue, it relates to water. So it's all marine based economic activities, plus it also looks at sustainability. So that is why we have tried to look at this. Now, all previous speakers spoke about how the government of India is attempting to look at things. So here is my attempt to see what is the report card regarding blue economy. Over the years, especially the last decade, there has been a lot of impetus regarding blue economy, and the government of India has come time and again with a lot of programs and schemes, some of them very specific, some of them quite holistic. So if you take the Neel Kranti mission, though this has been something that was started much earlier, in terms of blue revolution or increasing fish production capacity in India. Now it has taken shape in a big way with the adoption of the Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana. So it has literally been merged with it. So it is a very important attempt by the government to look at increasing fish production by supporting it with capacity building as well as technology with better boats better training for fisher folk, and other avenues as well. The government hopes to increase the employment in the blue economy sector to somewhere around 55 million people directly. So that is a huge jump. And some of these programs are period determined. That is, they are running for 5 years, etc. So if you take the the Sagar Mala project, which started off in 2015, this talks about increasing port and other related infrastructure so that you have a competitive blue economy going. So the Make in India, though, is not an exclusive blue economy program. It contributes a lot to the blue economy because it increases your manufacturing capacity and builds your infrastructure ability. So the ones that are in the pipeline, namely the marine litter policy and the draft policy for blue economy, give a lot of hope. We hope that the government of India can implement this and look at blue economy from a holistic aspect. So as I told you, there's been a phenomenal attempt at increasing both fish catch and the amount of money that you can generate from this. So what I've tried to do in this paper is try and look at these, as I told you, though some of them are looking at a holistic framework, they need to use some sort of specifics. And the one specific that I would like to make a recommendation on is follow what has already been done, like the solar mamas and the drone didis, that is using technology for gender empowerment, and even adopting something like training that the South Koreans are doing regarding 70+ women who are sea divers today are training young women. So in the same way, there is a whole tradition in Tamil Nadu where women sea divers look for seaweeds, etc. Their ability can be used as trainers for the young generation so that they can also utilize this and become part of the Blue Economy Initiative. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I now invite Dr. Girish Desai, Assistant Professor, Department of Shaila Tantra, Kaveri Ayurvedic Medical College and Hospital, Mysuru. The topic will be Traditional Medicine and Sustainable Healthcare, an Ayurvedic Perspective.
Namaste, one and all. My topic is Traditional Medicine and Sustainable Healthcare, an Ayurvedic Perspective. Sustainable healthcare can be understood as one where there is quality healthcare without compromising the environmental resources for the next generation. So it has 3 dimensions to it, that is environmental aspect, economical aspect, and social aspect. So if you see them one by one, environmentally, unfortunately today the healthcare industry is a major contributor to pollution, greenhouse emissions, and also a major consumer of the natural resources. Economically also, the inflation in the healthcare industry is about 20%, which is very high. And this will have serious social complications where, for example, a country like ours, where a major portion of the population is still bearing the expenses, medical expenses personally. So economically, environmentally, and socially, this calls for a need for sustainable healthcare system, and Ayurveda, a traditional medicine system, can be a solution to this. Ayurveda is a science which not only deals with treating the ill, but also takes care of the health of the healthy individuals. It explains in depth about leading a very sustainable, healthy life with good routine, and also practices like Dinacharya, Ritucharya, and Satvita. That means code of conduct, how we should behave in the society, his activities and thoughts. All this tells us that Ayurveda has an intention of creating a healthy, harmonious, and prosperous society. The basic principles of Ayurveda, that is the Panchamahabhuta Siddhanta, which all of us are aware, Loka Purusha Samyavada, that is whatever happens to the environment affects our body the same way. All these are a testimony to the fact that Ayurveda is intrinsically linked to the environment. So Ayurveda advocates tailor-made medicines to each and every patient after careful assessment. There is no one pill for all here. So this will prevent the misuse and overuse of medicines. Ayurveda therapies like Panchakarma therapy are all in line with the principles of sustainable healthcare. It is affordable, effective, as well as supports the people and the planet. So even economically seeing, the Ayurveda industry is growing at a rate of 15% per annum, which is very great. It is driven by the consumer demand, which is again due to the awareness about the advantages of Ayurveda and its adoption. Even during the COVID period, we have seen a lot of people being benefited through Ayurveda. Understanding the basic principles of Ayurveda and following it helps us understand such novel diseases and find treat a solution to them. Not just COVID, many other problems which are very much evident today, like autoimmune conditions, genetic mutation increasing, antibiotic resistance, risks of side effects, all these can be to some extent addressed by adopting Ayurveda. There are some challenges to see Ayurveda as a global healthcare system in traditional, in sustainable healthcare. The first one is awareness about Ayurveda, which is very much to be created. And second one is research activities. There is still a need of research in Ayurveda. It is a age-old system which has stood the test of time, but still it requires it requires for us to adopt the modern research tools in Ayurveda so that we can understand it in depth, and it will be helpful for the global acceptance. Finally, I would like to conclude by quoting famous Kannada poet DVG, who tells the importance of collaboration between modern innovation and traditional knowledge. He tells, ಹೊಸ ಚಿಗುರು ಹಳೆ ಬೇರು ಕೂಡಿರಲು ಮನಸೊಗಸು ಹೊಸ ಯುಕ್ತಿ ಹಳೆ ತತ್ವ ದೊಡಗೂಡೆ ಧರ್ಮ ಋಷಿ ವಾಕ್ಯದೊಡನೆ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನ ಕಲೆ ಮೇಲವಿಸೆ ಜಸವು ಜನಜೀವಕ್ಕೆ ಮಂಕುತಿಮ್ಮ. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
I now invite Dr. Lokesh C., Associate Professor, Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, VVCE, Mysore. The topic is the role of renewable energy technologies in sustainable development.
Good morning, everyone. As we are discussing in the morning, at the global level, we have totally 17 sustainable development goals, in which the 7th position is taken by affordable and clean energy. That is one of the important aspect of sustainable development goals. Now, I'll be briefing about the role of renewable energy technology in sustainable development. So, some of the key ways through which we can able to get the renewable energy technology and contribution to sustainable energy goals is renewable energy technology basically reduces the greenhouse gas emission. Basically, it's the eco-friendly power generation, and it gives a very very good power demand to the society also. And improving energy security when comparing with other type of power generation like thermal, nuclear, or hydro, renewable energy source is a highly secure power generation. It provides the access to energy. That means at any point of time, anywhere it is, so it's very easy to access the power. When comparing with nuclear, it's basically with only some constraints we could able to get the energy. Whereas that is not the case with respect to renewable. And creating jobs, it's honorable members were speaking about creating jobs. So comparing with other type of energy sector, we are having a very good opening at the renewable energy sectors. And supporting rural development, Government of India statistics says that almost 70% of the renewable energy is being generated from the rural area because of the availability of the space. This is the statistics which says regarding what is the contribution of renewable energy technology for the total energy demand. If you just focus for the year 2022 and 23, the demand was about 7.69 lakh gigawatt hours, whereas the available energy source apart from the renewable energy source is about 7.64 lakh gigawatt hour, whereas we have a difference of about 4.7 kilo gigawatt hour. That difference amount of power is being produced by the renewable energy sources like solar, wind, tidal, and the biomass technologies. So this is regarding the contribution of renewable energy sources for the total demand. So in the year of 2023 and 24, we can say that with the combination of the solar, wind, biomass, and hydropower, and another auxiliary power generation, we could able to generate around 175 gigawatt, which almost contributes for the difference that we saw in the previous statistics. So this is regarding gross electricity generation from the renewable energy by considering different sectors like the northern part of the India, western, southern, eastern, and northeastern. So as a whole, in national wide, we could able to generate around 88.94 lakh mega unit of power generation, which almost contributes for a maximum of 40 to 45% of the total demand of the power across the nation. This is regarding gross electricity generation from the renewable energy, exclusively considering the renewable energies. So, in the year of 2022-23, as per the statistic, the total power generation is about 88.94 kilo mega unit. Okay, it basically covers almost 40 to 45% of the total demand of the electricity. So, this is regarding the current achievements in the renewable energy. So, India doubles its renewable energy power in the last 4 years. In the last 4 years, so majority of the research and development is going to happen, which covers the majority of the power consumption by the nation, and almost 15 gigawatts of power installation is in line, and with the tendered capacity of about 25 gigawatts. And major government initiatives are: government is taking a very good initiative to promote renewable energy technologies in the field of technology initiatives. A lot of R&D is happening, and financial initiatives. If you look into the recent budget, a considerable amount of money is allocated for renewable sources. To conclude, I can say that renewable energy technology is one of the booming technology in the power sector, which is providing the customer demand. Because of that only, we could able to avoid the load shedding and also create a lot of jobs in our society. Thank you.
I now invite Ms. Anandra Rangan, Research Officer, Chennai Center for China Studies, to present on the topic India's DPI leadership, transforming the digital landscape and G20 recognition. I'll keep this short and simple with a brief and recommendations. So, in a historic milestone led by India's G20 presidency, the G20 digital economy ministries have reached a consensus on the strategic formulation of DPI to advance sustainable development goals, as it was earlier mentioned by Commodore during his speech. The partnership between the World Bank, Government of India, and the United Nations Development Programme has been instrumental as well. One cannot deny the fact that India's DPI is a success. We have signed MOUs with 8 countries, including Armenia, Antigua, and Mauritius, among others. France has already started to adopt a format, and so does America by signing an agreement with India for a partnership in developing more mature DPIs. These are the few examples of India's success stories in digitalization. With Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana, we now see people with bank accounts, at least with a little savings in their names. Aadhaar has benefited billions of people across India. UPI has made everyone's life easier, a little easier with just easy payments, not with lights, to be honest. Isn't this another way to avoid robbing seriously? So COVID has helped with many of its online, with online data, certifications, and as well as reminders. The guiding principles and layers of DPI are intertwined in a way. As you can see, we have developed DPI with our primary sources, Aadhaar, UPI, and DEPA. These are the few initiatives by the private sector and as well as the startups who use DPI to solve various problems across different sectors. I'm sure you must have used Amazon, LinkedIn, ICICI, Jio, Paytm, Google Pay, Paytm and everything. So let's address these challenges. Although it looks like everything is loud and clear, the infrastructure still faces challenges and uncertainties as well. Standardization of rupees and addressing the trend of depreciation against the so-called major currencies like dollar or is necessary. We need more support and effort to build confidence among the traditional stakeholders and ensure stability in the when it comes to the rupee-based transactions. Although we have facilities, protecting data has always been a concern, be it from hackers in and from India or from the governments of other countries, especially like China, who swoop in their way to collecting details and all sorts of information. Language expansion can be a real deal, as to ensure within India itself, if it's necessary to provide at least most of the languages we speak, our native language in day-to-day lives in different parts of the countries. Real-time data availability is a challenge to take up seriously. Data manipulation can, in many ways, lead to collapse of an empire itself. These are some of the recommendations that I would like to pose. Strengthening bilateral agreements between countries who sign MOUs or have started their own DPI initiatives. Countries like France, and America that I've mentioned earlier. Awareness and education among stakeholders is a must to encourage. You have to encourage them to come forward to contribute to the development of the nation's economy, particularly. Allocation of research and development can further boost the advancement of digitalization as well. Subsidies and investments for traditional stakeholders, private outlets, and as well as with the startups is crucial. These are the few impacts of the DPI to our economy by 2030, which, economic value added by DPIs could potentially increase to 2.9 to 4.2% of GDP by 2030, up from 0.9%, which was in 2022, according to NASSCOM report. These DPIs will pave way, for India to become an $8 trillion economy by 2030 and aid in achieving the target of 1 trillion digital economy. This growth will be driven by existing digital entities evolving to offer improved user experiences through technologies like AI or Web 3.0 using blockchain technologies and all. Aadhaar is expected to remain a key stakeholder, expanding its uses to a wide range of services. Budding DPIs such as ABDM and ONDC are anticipated to have a heightened impact as well. Mature DPIs are expected to evolve, driven by advancements and integration with key emerging technologies. So I don't have time, so I'm concluding up with this. So India is already the leader of digital public infrastructure, and in the following years, it's absolutely evident that India will stand as an example for its leadership. Thank you. Thank you, Anitra. I now invite Ms. Renuka Hiremath, Research Scholar, Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, BVCE, Mysore. She will be speaking on innovative engineering for sustainable development of Global South. Good morning, everyone. Today, I'll be speaking on innovative engineering for sustainable development of Global South. Before I continue, I would like to thank the organizer for providing this wonderful opportunity. As we are aware, the sustainable development of any country depends on three pillars: social, economic, and environmental. Variation in any one of these pillars will have a major impact on the entire development of the country. So, in this context, my paper focuses on the major challenge, that is the e-waste management. According to the, so this is my outline of today's presentation. According to the recent Global E-Waste Monitor report, a total of 62 billion kg of e-waste was generated in the year 2022, out of which only 22% was recycled properly. And as we can see in figure 1, Europe is the largest generator of e-waste with the highest recycling rate, whereas Asia and Africa have the least recycling rates.
Though Global North is the largest producer of e-waste, most of it is transported to the Global South countries, thus making them as a dumping yard or a waste basket. And this is a matter of concern because the low-income countries lack the basic infrastructure needed to manage the e-waste, because of which most of it is either dumped in landfill or it is burnt in open. So, considering all these factors, e-waste management is linked to these following SDGs, that is SDG 3, 6, and life below water, and also the producer and consumption. Moving on to the engineering solution, here I would like to introduce the concept of smart waste management, where we can have a smart vehicle, an online monitoring system, and a robotic system. So smart vehicle can consist of an IoT sensors and control system that will give the real-time data of where the e-waste carrying vehicle is moving. Second, online monitoring of e-waste can make use of machine learning and image processing techniques. And as not all the e-waste will have the rare earth elements, or not all will have the vital metals. So what we can do is we can make use of an automatic robotic system for disassembling and segregating of the waste. And I would like to mention here the recent announcement by India, which has planned to make use of GPS-based toll collection system in addition to the FASTag for national highways. As India is advancing in technologies, I believe that such advancements can be done for tracking of e-waste as well. And moving on to the recommendations, as you can see in the table 1, very few countries are reporting to the Basel Convention. So this has to change, and more of the developing countries must involve in such international conventions. And it is necessary to have international collaborations to enhance the cooperation between North-South and South-South. There should be strict regulations such as EPR, that is the extended producer responsibility, which is more in news now, but it should be implemented very strictly. And there should be engineering collaborations between government, engineering colleges, and think tanks at regional, national, and international level. Also, during the India's G20 presidency, India proposed the launch of G20 satellite for weather monitoring of all global South countries. Such initiatives can be taken for e-waste as well, and I strongly believe that this can avoid a tsunami of e-waste in future. Thank you. These are the references. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Renuka. I now invite Professor Navita Timaya from University of Mysore to present on the topic Global Value Chain Integration of the G20 Economies, an Indian Perspective.
Good morning all. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present my paper on global value chain participation of G20 economies from an Indian perspective. The global The global challenges surrounding a deeply divided G20 countries is happening post-pandemic recovery. However, a pragmatic engagement in trade, especially in strengthening the interdependencies through global value chains, can provide the needed recovery and momentum. This may be seen in the present when businesses are considering increased integration with GVCs despite risk and uncertainty. The COVID-19 epidemic has disrupted global supply chains and imposed several bottlenecks in logistics networks, export restrictions on raw materials, intermediates, and supplies. This has highlighted the requirement for source diversification, and consequently, there is an urgent move globally to look for alternative destinations for manufacturing to increase the resilience of global value chains and also the self-reliance of each economy. The G20 economies accounting for around 85% of global GDP and 75% of international trade are the major players in the global economy and global value chains, both as producers of intermediate products and services and as consumers of finished goods. Therefore, economies become even more crucial in shaping the global policy environment. With around 75% of the global trade taking place in intermediate goods and services rather than final goods and services, it is important to capture value addition by different countries in international trade. A country's participation in global value chains can be measured in two ways. First, by estimating the foreign value added content embodied in its exports across industries, that is backward linkages, and secondly, by capturing its domestic value added content in different sectors which is used by other countries in their exports, which is known as forward linkages. To understand the dependence of G20 countries on foreign inputs to be used in their exports and to capture the extent of domestic value addition in G20 exports, their GVC participation has been decomposed into backward and forward participation. So there's a table on the participation of G20 economies, both backward and forward GVC participation. The backward linkages capture the foreign value added content of gross exports, which measures the value of imported intermediate goods and services that is embodied in domestic industries exports. The country with the highest share of foreign value added in its exports in both 1995 and 2018 is Mexico with 30.39% and 35.92% respectively. And the country with least dependence on foreign inputs is Saudi Arabia, which is less than 3%. Among the developed economies of G20, Canada with 24.88% recorded the highest share of backward linkages, and among the developing group, it was Mexico with 35.92%. All developed economies in G20, that is G7 countries, except Canada, have recorded a positive growth between 1995 and 2018 in backward linkages. This is due to the promotion of free trade among G20 economies. The increase in backward linkages is highest for Japan, followed by India. This implies higher reliance on imports for its exports, and also the fact that developing countries have recognized the importance of obtaining low-cost inputs from other countries in the initial stages of their integration into existing GVCs. So to conclude, the methodologies, we use both backward and forward linkages to identify the participation of each G20 economy in GVC participation. So sector-wise participation also can be recorded. To conclude, a nation's economic structure must change for economic progress to occur. The emphasis on the interconnection of economies has caused a shift away from the specialization of entire industries towards particular activities and stages in value chains. Participating in the GVC could provide a mechanism to get access to these technology and intermediate inputs, giving nations the chance to expand more quickly through export upgrading. As there is wide variation in GVC participation across G20 economies, while collaborating on GVCs, the developed economies of G20 members will have to endeavor to promote inclusion and sustainability. Many developing economies, especially less developed countries, lag in their inclusion and level of participation in GVCs. Expanded participation and moving up the value chains can provide diversification to enhance GVC resilience, as well as the opportunities for economic growth, job creation, and poverty reduction. Thank you.
I now invite Ms. Priya Maurya, Politics and International Relations in Central University of Gujarat. She will be presenting on India's G20 position, a reflection of its global aspirations.
A very warm good afternoon to everyone. Myself Priya Maurya, and I will be presenting on topic India's G20 position, a reflection of its global aspirations. Post-pandemic, the world was struggling and was enmeshed with darkness. Due to recent COVID-19 severity, rising economic instability, and aggravating geopolitical tensions between Russia and Ukraine was making world more fragmented. Reviving things back to normalcy was crucial, but it was becoming increasingly difficult. The G20 under India's presidency came as a ray of hope. G20's theme under Indian presidency, One Earth, One Family, One Future, is a reflection of India's commitment to the welfare of entire humanity and dedication to global unity and peace. Derived from Sanskrit phrase, Vasudeva Kutumbakam. Vasudeva Kutumbakam, meaning the world is one family, having its emphasis on global perspective, prioritizing collective solidarity and responsibility, particularly in addressing global issues ranging from peace and security to sustainable development, climate change, and human rights. India's taking up of G20 presidency was also seen as an act symbolic of its enhanced self-confidence, which it has acquired over years to reflect its willingness to take up responsibility of world from front and shedding its perpetual reticence of Europe, leading for transforming global trust deficit into global trust confidence. Further, this G20 presidency served as a litmus test for our country's ability to emerge as a Vishwamit, a friend, a consensus builder in today's world, shunning its historical anti-Western rhetoric, emphasizing its unique global position as a bridge between global North and global South. India's success in making AU a permanent member of the grouping, announcement of IMEC corridor, biofuel alliance, then many other multilateral cooperation proved its mettle by proving the phrase that communication is key, and by its diplomatic might, India brought the most of the world on common platform to deliberate and come up with viable solutions to the common problem. Under its presidency, it did prove that this is not the era of war, as today we are more interdependent than ever before. Thus cooperation is essential for holistic development of the entire world. To conclude, India's G20 was a successful show of will and skill. By adhering to principles of inclusivity, sustainability, and cooperation, India continues to chart within G20 and beyond to achieve a holistic security and development, one which is not just military in its aspect, but furthermore beyond. But one great summit won't do everything. What we need is sustained efforts. Thus, India needs to take up the leadership charge and use its position to mobilize all the countries, all the actors involved by bilateral efforts and again multilateral efforts to cooperate. Making G20 was a Herculean task, but it was just the first step. We know we need more engagement in order to implement and deliver the outcomes. With the motto of Together for Everyone's Growth and with everyone's trust, we are moving forward in taking the global leadership by living the philosophy of Vasudeva Kutumbakam. Thank you.
To present on the topic, India's maritime diplomacy in navigating sustainable blue economy of the global south, I now invite Shivani Dambala from Central University of Gujarat. Good afternoon to one and all present over here. I'm Shivani from School of International Studies from Central University of Gujarat. I'm here to present my paper on India's maritime diplomacy in navigating sustainable blue economy of the global south. 21st century has been very aptly called the century of seas because we know
we know the importance, it's a growing importance of the seas because of the depleting resources of the land resources. India, with its vast coastline, with rich maritime resources, has a unique opportunity to lead the way forward for the sustainable blue economy, especially in the global south. We all know that India emerged as a voice of global south. And even in the recent summits of G20, we have seen how India is concerned in voicing the concerns of global south. In the same way, my paper, which aims to understand how India's active blue diplomacy in Indian Ocean as well as beyond is shaping maritime vision and prosperity of global south. Blue economy, which is defined as a sustainable use of maritime resources. It prioritizes environmental, economic, as well as social sustainability in the ecosystem of oceans. There are various components, and it is very vast. If you see the components of blue economy, and it keeps evolving with emergence of new understanding about blue economy, like from traditional use, like you see, harvesting, leading processes, fisheries, to the marine technology in recent times. So, and also developing blue economy aligns with the 14th sustainable goal of UN. And India also today understand the significance of blue economy, and it is also trying to cooperate with different countries, both bilaterally and multilaterally, as we have already seen different initiatives as ma'am discussed in her presentation, Anuradha ma'am. Now I just want to fast forward to the few initiatives like Sagar Mala, then Indo-Pacific Ocean Initiative, then there is IOR, like Indian Ocean Rim Association, and India is also very closely cooperating with different island nations like FIPIC, like we have a Forum of Indo-Pacific Island Countries, and also different small island countries, and many more. And we know oceans as a global commons must be used as they're meant to be used as global commons, which calls for collective responsibility to protect and sustainability use ecosystem. Now, countries across world have already undertaken many initiatives to harness blue economy, and we all know uncertainties and challenges are everywhere. The only solution for India is to harness the blue economy through its policies and also involvement of academics. Even we need like students to invest their research on blue technology to come up with how we can use different technologies to harness the richness of our maritime things. So generating solidarity through consensus building, cooperation, and ensuring all nations, especially the global south, remain on board would allow India to stay to its principles of one air, one family, and one future in the maritime domain too. Thank you. I invite Mr. Sachin Kumar from Politics and International Relations, Central University of Gujarat, to present on the topic Balancing Tourism and Conservation, a Delicate Dance.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Sachin Kumar from Central University of Gujarat. Today, I'll be talking about balancing tourism and conservation in brief. Tourism might seem like a straightforward concept, a chance to explore new places, experience different cultures, and create lasting memories. Yet, beneath its surface lies a profound connection to something much larger: the preservation of our planet's precious natural heritage. Tourism isn't just about sightseeing or relaxation. It's about forging connections with nature, with local communities, and with each other. But as our desire to explore grows, so too does the impact we leave behind. The places we visit, the wildlife we encounter, and the ecosystem we admire, all are vulnerable to the consequences of our action. This is where conservation enters the stage. It is the steadfast commitment to the safeguarding our planet's biodiversity, ecosystem, and natural resources for the future generation. Tourism, particularly when managed sustainably, can play a pivotal role in financing conservation initiatives. The money received from ecotourism and protected areas admission fee is frequently used to fund important conservation initiatives such as habitat restoration, anti-poaching patrols, and protected area and upkeep. On the other hand, the development of tourism infrastructure often requires clearing land and altering the ecosystem to accommodate facilities such as hotels, resorts, and roads. This process can lead to the destruction of critical habitats, particularly in the fragile ecosystem like coastal areas. In order to tackle this issue, I come up with few suggestions. First one is implementing carry capacity limits. It is determining and enforcing carry capacity limits for the tourist destination can be a fundamental strategy in safeguarding the fragile ecosystem and minimizing environmental degradation. Second one is sustainable infrastructure and practices. Reducing the ecological impact of tourism requires building eco-friendly infrastructure and encouraging sustainable tourism behavior. Investing in renewable energy sources can lessen dependency on fossil fuel and minimize greenhouse gas emission brought by travel-related activities. Third one is community involvement and revenue sharing. By involving community members in decision-making processes, authorities can foster a sense of ownership and stewardship over natural resources, thereby promoting sustainable resource management practices. Fourth one is collaborative management and stakeholder engagement. Multi-stakeholder partnership and collaborative management frameworks can facilitate the exchange of knowledge, resources, and expertise, enabling a stakeholder to collectively address complex challenges and find innovative solutions. Coming to the conclusion, tourism and conservation can coexist harmoniously with careful planning, ongoing research, and cooperation of all stakeholders involved. By prioritizing sustainability and local community benefits, tourism can be transformed into a powerful ally for conservation. The key lies in constant vigilance, adaptability, and commitment to preserving the natural wildlife and the world while allowing people to appreciate its beauty and significant responsibility. Thank you.
For presenting on the topic Education and Sustainable Development Goals, Evidence from BRICS Nation, I invite Ms. Ashna Manoram from K.R. Mangalam University, Haryana.
Very warm good afternoon and namaskar to everyone. I'm Ashna from K.R. Mangalam University. I'll be presenting on Education and Sustainable Development Goal. I've taken two countries, India and Africa. It will unveil the nexus between the improvement in education and sustainable development goals achieved by the population part of BRICS. Role of management institutions and research scholars has played considerable role in upbringing the conditions of the large populations and especially in deep poverty, but high cost of research and lack of inclusion of rural population in the education system has hampered the sustainability. Next. To understand in what way SDG is being taught around and what must be the focus area and what aims in terms of learning outcomes. We will try to recognize existing efforts and identify challenges in teaching SDG while also inspiring a new generation of scholars who might be interested in engagement. The role of markets and business, issues of civic goods, justice, equality, education, environment, health, or collective actions. Active participation of big business houses for creating successful social entrepreneurship ventures, initiatives, programs, and partnerships. Local governments' active participations and concentration on important global trends and challenges. Human rights challenges must be addressed and in their core business corporations, in addition, training in systems and thinking introduced in the courses. These are the 5 initiatives which India has taken. First initiative is a rural development initiative by HCL Samuday. The next initiative is a holistic rural development project. It's to endeavor to provide tools and means to the rural population and grow and prosper. The next initiative is rural development and related activities. That is the bank's long-standing efforts in rural development related activities continued during fiscal year 2020. Agricultural activities remain the mainstay in the rural areas. Next is a project Sakar. Chambal Fertilizers has the main significant investment for the development of the rural infrastructures to provide better living opportunities to the community members. The last project initiative was Global Party Project to demonstrate through a 4-step process that transformation of the country is possible if the worst affected villages could be reimagined in a sustainable manner. My last and the concluding remarks, Sustainable Development Goal is a growing area of teaching, research, practices, policy making among the BRICS nation. Understanding how in what way and what we achieve about eradication of poverty, intergenerational equity is a complex question. All the more so when related to questions of social change, justice, and citizenship. Next, to understand and address education and sustainable development goals, different disciplines and related methodology are often taught together, ranging from sociology to economics, psychology to political science, history, and environmental engineering. This fact cannot be denied that education works as an engine for economic growth. Through the collection of human capital, education is associated with enhancing levels of social capital. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. We'll be moving on to the Q&A session. I request the audience to kindly raise your hands if you have any questions. We'll be taking 1 to 2 questions due to time constraints. Are there any questions? Okay, I think there are no questions, so we'll be moving on to the tea break. We request you to kindly be back by 12:40. So thank you all presenters. Congratulations for your presentations. So we'll be dispersing for the tea break. Please be seated by around 12:40. in Chanakya University, Bangalore. She'll be presenting on the topic Securing the Digital Frontier, India's Leadership in Cybersecurity, BIMSTEC's Digital Economy. Good afternoon. My name is Kalpana Pandey, and as Sapna mentioned, my title is Securing the Digital Frontier, India's Leadership in Cybersecurity for BIMSTEC's Digital Economy. The Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation, that is BIMSTEC, is home to around 1.6 billion people, which constitute around 23% of the world population and 4% of world's GDP, and finally 4.5% of the world trade. 7 member countries of BIMSTEC, that is India, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Thailand. The 7 member countries are moving toward transforming their economy to digital or technological driven path, where the fourth industrial revolution, such as AI, data processing, dissemination, IoT, that is Internet of Things, and UAVs, cybersecurity, and so on, are playing crucial role. And these technological innovation has ramification on a wide range of sectors, including trade, counterterrorism, and harnessing people-to-people contact. With the technological development and improvement comes the responsibility and challenges. Cyber threats being the most pressing issue in today's digitally driven economy, where technologically strong countries have leverage over technologically less developed or less strong countries in the region. My paper talks about how India can play a crucial role in the region, having its expertise in cybersecurity and various domestic initiatives in regard to cybersecurity. Although India has ranked 10th in the cybersecurity index, there is a need to collaborate with member countries of BIMSTEC to make stronger rules and regulation for countering cyber threats. My paper highlights the role of India and her capabilities to take leadership role in BIMSTEC, specifically when the SARC is not active. And India is constantly facing technological and security threat from its neighbors. As Dr. Gowda sir mentioned, that we should not work in silos. There is a need for collaborative approach. And further, as Dr. Charis has mentioned, an emphasis upon India's ability and how India is going to become world's third largest economy. India's ability in the region, it's imperative for New Delhi to take initiative to establish the consensus among the member countries, specifically BIMSTEC member countries, to create common ground to tackle the cybersecurity threat in the region to accelerate its digital economy. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Kalpana. Next, we have Ms. Sushma S.R., Assistant Professor, Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, BVCE, Mysore. She'll be speaking on the topic Algae Biofuels, Advancement in Sustainable Energy Source. Good afternoon to everyone present here. I'm Sushma Esa, working as Assistant Professor in Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, Vidyavardhaka College of Engineering, Mysore. And I'm here to speak about the topic Algae Biofuels, Advancement in Sustainable Energy Sources. As we all know that right now we are using fossil fuels like coal, oil, gas for generation of electricity as well as fuel for cars and trucks. But they harm the environment and won't last forever. So people are looking for better alternative like renewable energy sources like energy generated from the solar, wind, etc. because they last forever as well as they don't harm the environment. But this is used for only generation of electricity, but we still need an alternative to the gasoline as well as diesel for cars and trucks. So one promising idea is that generation of or usage of the biofuels, which is derived from the plants as well as animals or algae. And one of the best thing that we can use is biofuel that is derived from the microalgae. It is getting attention because they can grow very fast and have a lot of fat in them, which can be turned into the fuel. But there are little problems like production cost may be high, and we make sure that we produce a large amount of fat from them. Despite these challenges, using microalgae could be a big part of our future. With more research and innovation, we could reduce the use of fossil fuels as well as cut down the pollution. Next, algae biofuels don't compete with the food crops at all, so it is very easy to develop that. And it can be grown on arable as well as non-arable land as well. It can make use of wastewater also. And various cultivation methods are there like open pond system as well as closed photobioreactor systems. In open pond system, it is one of the oldest method wherein large amount of algae can be cultivated and it is less expensive also. But one main thing is we have to maintain the temperature of that algae because majority of the species of algae require 20 to 35 degrees centigrade. So it is little difficult to maintain this particular temperature in open pond system. And water may get evaporated easily. But in closed system, we can maintain the temperature of that algae for the optimal growth. And here we have different types of photobioreactors like box, helical, coil, or airlift. So each has its own advantages as well as disadvantages. Next, once the algae is grown, it has to be harvested. So there are various methods of harvesting the algae. So one is flocculation, flotation, centrifugal sedimentation, as well as filtration. In flocculation, we add some chemicals so that the algae will clump together and that can be extracted from the water. In flotation, naturally some algae will float, so it can be skimmed off from the water. In centrifugal sedimentation as well as filtration, we can use a stirrer as well as a filter in order to extract the algae. Next, once the algae is extracted from the water, the oil from the algae has to be extracted. So we have different technologies like trans-esterification and reactive distillation, supercritical fluid technique as well as biochemical, thermochemical. So one of the main technique that we use is trans-esterification technique where we use alcohol in order to extract the oil from the algae. And these are some of the advantages, future requirement as well as limitations. So as it is sustainable for the environment, algae biofuels can be used. And we have certain limitations like economic consideration as well as socio-environmental consideration. And one main thing is, since the research is going on in this area, we have a better opportunity for improving the algae-based biofuel products. And to conclude, I can say it can be a best alternative for the traditional fossil fuels. And since it absorbs the carbon during the photosynthesis, this can be used. And while challenges exist, the vast diversity of algae species presents opportunities for discovering the new applications and products, indicating the promising future goals for the algae biofuels, as well as continued research and collaboration can be done with industry as well as academia in order to overcome the challenges and unlock the full potentials of the algae biofuels for the sustainable future. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sushma. For pressing on the topic, a critical review on mental well-being in Ayurveda, I now invite Dr. Alfa Muhammad Akif, Assistant Professor, Department of Samhita and Siddhanta, Kaveri Ayurvedic Medical College and Hospital, Mysore. Good afternoon. Myself, Dr. Alfa. I am here to present my paper, A Critical Review on Mental Well-being in Ayurveda. Ayurveda is a science that gives foremost importance to swasthasya swasthya rakshanam, which means to maintain a health of a healthy individual. It emphasizes more on prevention rather than cure. Globally, WHO estimates every 1 out of 8 people are impacted with mental illness at some point in their lives. This is an era in which every individual is involved with his mind impacting physical self. As many as 450 million people suffer from mental disorders globally. Among them, nearly 1 million people commit suicide due to increased emotional instability caused by major world problems like wars, disasters, conflicts, which are impacting our youth with mental illness. The natural balance of mind gets disturbed under the influence of stress and other socio-economic predisposing factors causing mental illness, as mentioned in the slide. Prolonged activation of stress can cause wear and tear of both emotionally and physically. So this calls for an immediate action. According to World Economic Forum,
Poor mental health cost the world economy an estimated $2.5 trillion in 2010, which is projected to increase to $6 trillion a year by 2030. How can Ayurveda impact globally as a sustainable preventive solution for mental well-being? Ayurveda, being a traditional system of medicine, can have a global impact in providing a solution for mental health through Satpavajaya Chikitsa, which is a psycho-spiritual approach which plays a key role here. It has three main aspects to it. Dhi, which is the understanding what is right and what is wrong, and Dhairya, having conviction to achieve it, and Atmadi Vijnana, actual understanding of oneself. Along with it, Yukti Vyapashraya Chikitsas like seasonal purificatory therapies, lifestyle modifications, yoga, meditation can definitely aid in achieving best results, along with Daiva Vyapashraya Chikitsa, which is a spiritual therapy mentioned in Ayurveda, boosts the positive attitude and creates a sense of security. This explains the psycho-spiritual approach mentioned in Ayurveda in a brief. The global initiatives taken by WHO to address these problems are WHO's Comprehensive Mental Health Action Plan 2013 to 2030 recognizes the essential role of mental health in achieving health for all. The plan majorly includes 4 major objectives as mentioned in the slide. So based on these objectives, a few recommendations are put forth. WHO also has a mental health gap action program that uses evidence-based technical guidance, tools and training packages to expand services, especially in resource-poor countries. This initiative can be adopted by G20 countries, where Ayurveda can definitely become a part of these mental health action plans put forth by WHO and sustainable preventive in a most effective and sustainable preventive way. Few recommendations or initiatives for taking Ayurveda globally are certification of Ayurveda practitioners and recognizing Ayurveda R&D centers, institutes by international policy makers, forming a forum to regulate and govern Ayurveda pharmaceutical drug industry in collaboration with other countries, and trying to prove that Ayurveda is way more than dietary supplement industry globally. Creating international platforms like seminars, workshops, mobile Ayurveda vehicles to travel throughout the length and breadth of the country to create awareness on Ayurveda. Initiating formation of clubs, camps in universities, colleges, schools, community centers to de-stress the society and help our youth to face the world problems with a positive approach. Student exchange programs might also be initiated between the universities worldwide to study, understand, and practice Ayurveda in their own country by utilizing Ayush visas as mentioned earlier in this session. The challenges like lack of awareness on mental health and illness, which can be relatively treated at a lower cost when well-resourced and treatment gaps are identified and addressed appropriately. Last but not least, to lead a blissful and content life, adopting Ayurveda in our day-to-day life will surely impact the world in promoting health for all, leading to a sustainable preventive solution for mental health. As rightly said, yavantu hi loke bhava vishesha, tavantaha purushe, yavantaha purushe, tavantaha loke, which means universe is a reflection of mankind and mankind is a reflection of universe. Thank you. We protect you and you protect the environment. With this motto, I end this paper. Thank you.
I now invite Ms. Annam Naga Bindu Madhuri from Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, University of Madras, to present on the topic China's deep sea mining, balancing growth and environmental concerns in East China Sea. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Madhuri from University of Madras, Department of Defense and Strategic Studies. I will be presenting on China's deep sea mining, balancing growth and environmental concerns in the East China Sea. So China's blue economy strategy, harnessing ocean and the resources for economic growth. It involves tapping into the vast potential of a maritime ecosystem to drive economic development, diversifying industries including aquaculture, tourism, and renewable energy. By diversifying, countries can leverage the
diverse opportunities offered by the ocean, emphasizing environmental conservation and sustainability. It is crucial to ensure the responsible utilization of these resources, preserving maritime ecosystem for the future generations. Utilizing technological innovations for economic advancement enables the adoption of innovative solutions to enhance productivity and competitiveness in various sectors. And by promoting the high-tech, efficient production methods, further boost competitiveness by optimizing operations and driving up innovation. By integrating these strategies, China can advance sustainable economic development while safeguarding the environment and fostering a harmonious balance between the economic prosperity and environmental stewardship. Importance of deep sea mining. Resource acquisition. Deep sea mining provides access to valuable minerals like rare earth metals, cobalt, nickel, and polymetallic nodules essential for high-tech industries in China. Technological innovation. By extracting minerals from the ocean floor, China can enhance its technological innovation capacities, particularly in sectors like renewable energy, electronics, manufacturing, and high-tech gadgets. Economic resilience. Deep sea mining offers economic diversification opportunities, reducing China's dependency on imports for crucial resources and strengthening its competitive edge in international market. The fourth one is a job creation. The development of a deep sea mining industries can create a new employment opportunity essential in high-tech and sustainable sectors, contributing to China's goals of boosting employment and economic growth. The last one is blue economy strategy. Integrating deep sea mining into China's blue economy strategy can drive economic growth while upholding the environmental sustainability, aligning with the country's long-term vision for responsible resource utilization. Key minerals of commodities. In deep sea mining, China targets various major minerals that contribute to its economic development. These minerals include dolomite, epidote, zircon, iron oxides, and granite. Extracting these minerals provides China with valuable resources for industrial process, infrastructure development, and technological advancements. However, the extraction of these minerals poses challenges to the maritime ecosystem. Deep sea mining activities can disrupt the seabed, leading to the habitat destruction of maritime organisms and potential loss of biodiversity. Balancing the economic benefits of a deep sea mining with environmental conservation is crucial. Implementing sustainable mining practices, conducting through environmental impact assessments, and establishing protected maritime areas are essential. These are the challenges of a deep sea mining on maritime ecosystem. The International Seabed Authority plays a crucial role in regulating deep sea mining activities as the governing body oversees mineral-related operations in the international seabed areas. The ISS sets guidelines, issues license, and monitors compliance to ensure the mining activities are conducted in environmental, responsible, and equitable manner. There is a need for international cooperation in the deep sea mining, calls for regulatory framework balancing economic and environmental goals. So, in conclusion, there is a need for a balanced approach to ensure sustainable resource extraction. The long-term implication of deep sea mining decision on a maritime ecosystem underscores the importance of responsible governance and the ethical mining practices. There is a call to action for adopting sustainable practices, conducting through environmental impact assessments, and promoting international cooperation to safeguard the health of marine environments and presence of biodiversity for the future generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bindu Madri. I now invite Mr. Kaushal Kumar from Language, Literature and Cultural Studies, Central University of Gujarat, to present on the topic Reviving Roots, a scholarly approach to the heritage conservation in Indian universities to safeguard cultural identity. The speaker is not there, so we move on to the next speaker. I invite Ms. Dahlia Dehingia from Department of Defense and Strategic Studies, University of Madras, to present on the topic India's Cyber Seas, Understanding the Escalating Risk of Maritime Cyber Espionage. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dahlia from the Department of Defense and Strategic Studies. So I'll be presenting on India's cyber seas, understanding the escalating risk of maritime cyber threats. So at a time when technology reigns supreme, the maritime domain is not immune to this pervasive threat. The increasing digitalization and reliance on technology in the domain have exposed vulnerabilities to digital dangers, including espionage, activism, terrorism, and warfare. The convergence of traditional maritime security challenges with sophisticated cyber threats poses a significant risk of the national security and economic stability of the country. The maritime sector's vulnerability to cyber attacks, both ashore and afloat, poses significant risk to essential operations and vital assets. Now, the International Maritime Organization defines maritime cyber risk as the potential for technological failures leading to operational, safety, or security compromises due to information or systemic corruption, loss, or compromise. The evolving maritime geopolitics of the Indo-Pacific region with the rise of naval rivalry necessitates a robust cyber warfare strategy to address all these non-traditional threats such as piracy and transnational crimes. Now, in India's intricate maritime cybersecurity landscape, cyber espionage is a growing concern, with maritime cyber attacks ranging from malware, trojans, and botnets to more sophisticated threats like advanced persistent attacks, ghost shipping attacks, and cryptocurrency hijacking. It is the nature of cyber attacks that makes them particularly insidious. Unlike traditional warfare and conventional conflicts where the origin of an attack is usually clear, cyber attacks can be masked, routed through multiple servers, or conducted by sophisticated threat actors adept at concealing their identity. The inherent difficulty in attributing cyber incidents creates a sense of uncertainty and ambiguity, leaving policymakers grappling with the challenge of identifying the perpetrators and formulating an appropriate response. The theft of classified data or the manipulation of critical systems could severely hamper the effectiveness of naval operations and compromise national defense. As India integrates AI into its conventional military systems, it must address the risk of adversaries exploiting weaknesses in AI models. The unencrypted and unauthenticated nature of AIS makes the maritime sector susceptible to spoofing, social engineering, and other cyber attacks. Now, the interconnectivity of the global economy means that the disruptions in one part of the world can have ripple effects across multiple industries and countries, amplifying the impact of cyber attacks on maritime choke points. The complexity of modern trade networks signifies that cyber attacks on maritime choke points can have geopolitical implications, influencing diplomatic relations and regional stability. In the context of India's strategic positioning in the Indian Ocean region and its reliance on maritime trade, the implications of maritime cyber espionage are far-reaching. This strategic waterway is home to several
maritime choke points and narrow passages that are essential for maritime navigation and trade flows. By targeting these critical junctures, cyber adversaries can destabilize economies, create logistical bottlenecks, and sow chaos in international trade networks. India shift from a land-focused defense approach to recognizing the significance of the maritime domain calls for a comprehensive cyber warfare strategy. To conclude, there are some suggestions. Like, safeguarding India's maritime interests requires a multifaceted approach that combines robust cybersecurity measures and technological innovation, regulatory frameworks, with enhanced intelligence capabilities and international cooperation. It is only by strengthening the cybersecurity defenses, enhancing trade intelligence capabilities, and promoting a culture of cyber resilience that India can protect its cyber maritime infrastructure from this ensuing cyber wars. Learning from initiatives like the Danish Cyber and Information Security Strategy for the maritime sector can provide valuable insights for formulating comprehensive cybersecurity policies. India should strengthen its cyber defenses in light of the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity (ENISA) updated list of emerging cyber threats for 2030, which includes the misuse of AI and the seamless integration of ICT in vital infrastructure, emphasizing awareness through training programs and workshops, implementing blockchain technology for secure communication and data storage, and deploying countermeasures against cyber threats are vital strategies to mitigate all this risk posed by cyber threats in India's maritime domain. Now, no nation can combat cyber threats alone. Collaboration with regional partners and international stakeholders is crucial to bolster cybersecurity efforts in the maritime security sector. Developing international norms for responsible state behavior in cyberspace is a crucial step towards a safer maritime environment. Thank you.
Presenting on the topic, novel design of a turbine, an innovative idea in harnessing renewable energy, I call upon Shalini Videksha Gowda from Manas Ganotri, Mysore. Good afternoon, everyone. In past an hour and a half, our delegates here have briefed up enough of sustainability and sustainable development goals. My presentation was a part of academic research, and at this moment, I don't want to stuff you up with 8 months of research analysis work. Quickly summarizing, I'll be walking you through a conceptual design that will be validated with experimental procedure. When an idea is born, the first question that comes into your mind is, what is the need? From the topic, you might have figured out that the need is to fulfill the energy needs. The inspiration came from DNA helix, which was later stretched out to make a turbine. Here is how the model looks in 2D, 3D, and actual. The validation was done in a flow channel where the turbine was placed in the middle and was tested for the output against the water discharge amount. An additional experiment was carried out to validate the assumed turbine's incident angle. So here are the results, and for the rest of the experiment, we figured out that the angle between 30 to 40 degree yielded the maximum output. So here is the results. And the other is, we also conducted the experiment to validate the turbine's response to the water stream. And the results yielded showed that the turbine's response as a low head water turbine was validated.
So this is the model. Here we can see the general trend where the velocity discharge affecting the turbine's output. Here we can see the trend where the wavelength and the height of the waves was directly affecting the turbine's output. Concluding through this, the experiment that the model's response was a different set of experiments was validated and the future aspects and improvements were noted. It can be used in real-world scenarios to harness energy from water streams with the existing infrastructure. Thank you.
I now invite Mr. Om Ranjan from Rashtriya Raksha University, Gujarat, to present on the topic Understanding the Case of Climate Sustainability in the Global South region.
Good afternoon to one and all. So, coming back to the presentation. So this presentation will briefly touch upon the three basic points. It looks upon the complexities surrounding efforts to reduce the effects. It looks into the complexities surrounding efforts to reduce the effects of climate change in the region. What are the various efforts undertaken at the national and international level? And also it also underlines the needs to institutionalize the mitigation and adaptation efforts. Now let's start with understanding the issues. The climate crisis has emerged as a major challenge to the global development goals. Climate change today requires a shift in perception and international global shift in perception and actions due to its significant interconnectedness and its impact on varied industry. Climate change threatens the need for forge a strong international coalition in the face of ongoing crisis in order to achieve the sustainable goals. Therefore, stakeholders must need to agree on the right course of action. We have seen that the establishment and execution of policies addressing climate change, which have been mostly carried by the state government, but in recent time, non-governmental organizations and international organizations have been seen taking up the responsibility towards addressing the climate change factor. However, it is more crucial than ever to even focus on the adaptation and resilience framework in light of the escalating consequences of climate change. Policies that promote inclusivity and community centrism will be critical for the governments worldwide to address. So from the perspective of the global South states, climate sustainability embodies both a profound challenge and a pressing imperative. These nations predominantly face disproportionate impacts from the climate change, despite contributing minimally to the global greenhouse emissions. For them, addressing climate sustainability is not simply an environment issue. It is an issue of justice, progress, and existence. People living in global South states often face the severe reality of climate change. They have to deal with the harsh weather condition, and these effects imply pre-existing vulnerabilities, expand disparities in wealth, and deepen poverty, especially from the marginalized group. So the governments in the global South stress the significance of climate justice in resolving historical injustice and imbalances in the global climate governance. They seek for solidarity, justice, and fairness in allocating duties, funds, and advantages associated with the climate action. They even seek for the monetary support on the losses and damages. Therefore, achieving climate sustainability is a complex task that combines the demand of social justice, developmental goals, and environmental care. Hence, by prioritizing climate sustainability, these nations strive not only to safeguard their own futures, but also to contribute a more sustainable world. Now the question is, what possible approach needs to be adopted for adjusting the adaptation and mitigation strategy? To do this, cooperation between the global North and global South is needed to increase the global South resilience and capacity. This may be accomplished by providing financial support. However, we can see the utmost neglection from the countries of the global North. There is a need. Therefore, there is a need to set up an easy, accessible, and transparent finance structure to guarantee the effective use of money. In order to support the global South capacity and flexibility, we need to encourage innovation and resilience at the local level. the global north needs to provide technological support and knowledge sharing platforms. Also, political and policy success needs to be addressed via working together on climate related research, exchanging data and scientific know-how, and tackling shared obstacles. Moreover, South-South alliances needs to facilitate the transfer of pertinent technologies, strategies and methods that are tailored to particular regional condition aimed to promoting sustainable development. Therefore, at last, we need to see how we can focus on institutionalizing the approach for fighting the climate change. The institutionalizing of the process in Global South is an evolving and critical endeavor given the disproportionate vulnerabilities of these regions. In recent years, there have been a growing recognition among governments, international organizations, civil societies, and other stakeholders in the Global South of the need to institutionalize climate action to address the complex challenge. As mentioned, while Global South nations may lack the financial resources and technological capabilities, but they play a crucial role in shaping the global climate agenda and advancing the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. A large number of nations in Global South have set up a specialized national framework and organization to plan and carry out actions to mitigate and adapt to climate change. Hence, not taking more time, I would like to conclude by saying that institutionalization approach have extended to sub-national levels in many Global South countries, where states, provinces, regions, cities, and municipalities have established their own governance structures and mechanisms to address. Local governments have been seen playing a crucial role in implementing climate action. Many cities in the Global South, such as Cape Town, Durban, or Rio de Janeiro, have developed climate action plans and have established climate resilience fund. At last, I will leave with you two such initiatives: the Climate Technology Center and Network and the Green Climate Fund, which are serving as a gateway institution in providing technical assistance to the Global South region. That's all. Thank you.
I now invite Ms. Yashmita K, postgraduate student, Department of International Relations, Maharajas College, University of Mysore, to present on the topic G20 Troika Way to Sustainable Growth of Global South. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Yashmita, and today I'll be presenting on the topic Way Forward to Sustainable Growth of Global South. Firstly, I would like to address the current scenario in the G20 Troika alignment nations, that is the Brazil, India, and South Africa. India utilizes around 60.8% of its land for agriculture, which contributes around 18% for its GDP. Now, India is focusing on spearheading global food security efforts through initiatives like advocating millet exports and endorsing the Deccan High-Level Principles on food security and nutrition, various climate-smart agricultural practices in collaboration with FAO, IFAD, and various other relevant international organizations. Since the Green Revolution, we have made impressive progress in attaining immense amount of food security. And now moving on to Brazil. Brazil has expansive landmass and natural resources, which has propelled its agricultural industry to become one of the largest in the global level. It is nearly 7% of its GDP is coming through agriculture. And now Brazil is focusing on food security, sustainable development, and apart from that, it is also second largest exporter of agricultural goods. And now moving on to South Africa. South Africa has a very diverse climate, and the climate diversity ranges from very dry climate to Mediterranean and also to subtropical climate. Grain is South Africa's one of the primary crop, and the production of this crop contributes around 30% for its GDP. And this 2024 G20 Troika alignment promotes the interest of developing nations in the field of agriculture, food security, and sustainable growth. In 2023, India's presidency, the establishment of the Global South Center of Excellence, that is Dakshin, further underscores the commitment of tailoring development solutions to suit the needs of the Global South.
G20 Troika provides opportunities to extend the ideas of South-South cooperation further into the development of the concept of sustainable development. Brazil and India, for example, Brazil and India are developing in smart agricultural technology, while South Africa has indigenous seeds which can be used as an opportunity for agricultural relations between these nations. And also it can provide continental relations because Brazil, South Africa and India lies in 3 different continents. And to conclude with, this G20 Troika alignment must focus on mutual benefits in agriculture and food sectors of India, South Africa and Brazil, and implementing key recommendations for smallholder empowerment and market institutions. Embracing modern technologies like high-yielding seed varieties, efficient irrigation methods, and remote sensing techniques can also help in the development, and also sharing indigenous knowledge to enhance modern agricultural practices. And apart from that, developing inclusive policies and creating enabling environment for public-private partnerships to drive economic growth. And with this, I will conclude my presentation, and thank you for this opportunity. And these are the references.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yashmita. I now invite Mr. Amit Yadav from Politics and International Relations, Central University of Gujarat, to present on the topic Shaping the Future, India's Green Energy Technology Leadership in the Global South.
Namaskar everyone. Myself Amit Yadav. I am a student of School of International Studies, Central Institute of Gujarat. My paper's title is Shaping the Future, India's Green Energy Leadership in the Global South. So as we all are aware about the pressing challenges of the climate change, the imperative for the sustainable energy solution has never been more pressing. India, with its burgeoning population and rapid industrialization, stands at a crucial juncture in shaping the future of green energy technology. My paper aims to explore India's evolving role as a leader in the green energy innovation, particularly in the context of Global South. From advancement in solar and wind energy to pioneering research in biofuels and energy storages, India's contributions are poised to redefine the global energy landscape. The term green energy technology refers to devices, services, or processes that follow those criteria, such as it emits no or very few greenhouse gases, is safe to use, and encourages a healthy and better climate for all forms of life. It has negligible or minimal greenhouse gas emission, is safe for using, and encourages a healthy and better climate for all habits. It reduces electricity and nature resources consumptions, and it encourages the use of natural energy. India, with its vast geographical diversity, rich cultural heritage, and burgeoning population, stands at a crucial crossroads. As we navigate the challenges of the 21st century, particularly in the realm of sustainable development and combating climate change, India has emerged as a beacon of hope and innovation. The Global South, comprising countries with diverse economic backgrounds and development trajectories, looks towards India for a guidance and inspiration in transitioning towards a greener and more sustainable future. India's leadership in green energy technology is not just a matter of national pride, but a global imperative. One of the most remarkable facets of India's green energy journey is its commitment to renewable energy sources. From solar to wind, biomass to hydroelectric power, India has been relentless in its pursuit of harnessing clean and sustainable energy alternatives. The ambitious targets set by the Indian government, such as the goal of generating 450 gigawatts of the renewable energy by 2030, exemplify India's dedication to leading charge towards a low carbon future. Furthermore, India's emphasis on innovation and indigenous technological development
has been instrumental in driving progress in the global energy sector. Initiative like International Solar Alliance, launched by jointly with France, demonstrate India's proactive approach to international collaboration in advancing solar energy technologies. By fostering partnership and knowledge sharing among nations, India is not only leading by example but also empowering other countries in global south to embrace renewable energy solutions. In conclusion, I would like to mention, looking ahead, continued investment in the research, development, and deployment of green energy technologies will be crucial for India to maintain its leadership position and accelerate the transition to sustainable low carbon future. Go green, nature the nature, sustain life in the future. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Mr. Raman. I now call upon Ms. Aryama Bhattacharjee from Politics and International Relations, Central University of Gujarat, to present on the topic Harmonizing Growth, Geopolitical Perspectives on Sustainable Development in the Global South.
Hi, myself Aryama Bhattacharjee, and as my title suggests, it talks about sustainable development in the global south from a geopolitical perspectives. Okay, so in the complex interplay of global affairs, the intersection of geopolitics and sustainable development presents both challenges and opportunities, particularly in the diverse landscapes of global south. This region, comprising nations with varying economic development, cultural heritage, and political stability, grapples with balancing growth aspirations with environmental sustainability amid shifting geopolitical dynamics. As new power centers emerge, the global south finds itself surrounded by geopolitical rivalries, strategic interests, and developmental imperatives, shaping its sustainable development trajectory. This dynamic revolves around the pursuit of Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, a universal call to action to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure prosperity for all. However, achieving these goals in the global south is daunting given the intricate interplay between geopolitical forces and developmental aspirations. A complete understanding of this interplay is essential, delving into global power dynamics, regional alliances, and the socio-economic landscape of the global south. Sorry. The research paper embarks on unraveling the relationship between geopolitics and sustainable development in the global south. Through a thorough review of literature, empirical data, and its analysis, it seeks to elucidate the opportunities and challenges at this critical intersection. By examining how geopolitical factors influence development policies, resource allocation, and infrastructure investments, the paper aims to provide insights into the dynamics shaping the sustainable development agenda. Now, when we talk about geopolitics, geopolitical rivalries, and power asymmetries, significantly influence resource allocation, infrastructure investments, and implementation of development projects in the global south. Major global actors often dictate development policies influenced by strategic interests and geopolitical calculations, leaving a lasting impact on the region's socioeconomic fabric. However, apart from these challenges, lie opportunities to leverage geopolitical dynamics for advancing sustainable development objectives. That is, strategic partnerships, regional cooperation frameworks, and multilateral diplomacy, which offers pathways for fostering inclusive and sustainable development agendas. By aligning geopolitical interests with development imperatives, innovative approaches can promote peace, stability, and shared prosperity in the region. In conclusion, the intertwined relationship between geopolitics
and sustainable development in the Global South underscores the complexity of challenges and opportunities facing the region. Navigating the intersection requires careful analysis, strategic foresight, and innovative approaches. Despite formidable challenges, there is optimism in leveraging collaboration, solidarity, and collective action to overcome geopolitical barriers and advance sustainable developmental agendas. Thank you.
I now invite Mr. Shivan Pal from Politics and International Relations, Central University of Gujarat, Gandhinagar, to speak on the topic Blue Economy, India's Special Economic Zone for potential to foster economic growth through energy resources.
Namaskar to all of you. Before moving further, I would like to add a quote, a Sanskrit aphorism that means that refers the importance of such kind of gathering. That means is ekam satyam vipra bahudha vadanti. Truth is one, wise men perceive it differently. Now I would start from my topic which I am going to present here. So my topic is Blue Economy, India's EEZ potential to foster economic growth through energy resources. And if we will talk about the blue economy, this is the concept of blue economy was first manifested by Professor Gunter Pauli in his book, The Blue Economy, 10 Years, 100 Innovations and 100 Million Jobs. Blue economy refers to the idea of sustainable use of maritime resources. The term was widely known by the countries because of they have seen in this program SDG 14, which is incorporated in 2015 by the UN, and which came in the light when 2012 Rio Plus 20 summit. If we will talk about the if we will talk about the opportunities in India's EEZ, according to the draft policy framework, India's blue economy released by the Economic Advisory Council to India, Prime Minister Government of India, the 7 priorities area are identified as a national accounting framework for blue economy and ocean governance, coastal marine special planning and tourism, marine fisheries, aquaculture and fish processing, manufacturing, emerging industries, trade, technology, services, and skill development, infrastructure and shipping, including transparency, coastal and deep sea mining and offshore energy, and security, strategy, dimensions, and international engagements. Overview of if we will talk about the overview of marine-based sectors, there is many sectors that are incorporated in this marine-based sector, such as the marine fisheries sector. This sector provides millions of job and livelihood opportunities and plays a role of providing nutrition to the population. And offshore and deep sea, this sector provides valuable resources such as metal, minerals, oil, and gases. Renewable ocean energy includes wind, tidal waves, and energy and sustainable fossil fuels. Marine biotechnology means the use of marine organism and resources for various industrial applications, including pharmaceuticals, cosmetics, and biomedicines. Coastal tourism and infrastructure. Coastal tourism is a significant driver of economic activities and considers the backbone of the many countries, contributing to revenue generation, job creation, and infrastructure development. If we will talk about the key sectors of this blue economy, ocean-based economy have enormous factors. To analyze those factors, like study has found several key factors, it's like marine-based tourism, digital connectivity, sustainable fisheries. And now, in terms of our India's EEZ, if we will talk about the resource potential, according to the annual report 2017 and 18 of the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas Resource, Government of India, that anticipated that from the east and west coast of 400-meter water depth to EEZ, there is 12,99,000 square kilometer area where oil and natural gas reserves have been explored. There is a 80% of natural gas reserve of India and the 50% of the petroleum resources are there. The Deep Ocean Mission, a national initiative to develop deep sea technologies for the exploration and environmentally friendly use of ocean resources was approved by the Indian government in 2021. The Indian government has proposed the 1 gigawatt of offshore wind power might be available with the release of draft policy of NMRE of offshore energy in Tamil Nadu near the coast of Rameswaram and Kanyakumari. The protein and enzyme derived marine organisms are highly advantageous. Food, the food and pharmaceuticals industries, dental biomaterials, dressings, biodegradable plastics, food additives, and pharmaceutical and medical polymers are just a few the useful products known by the polymers. And governance and collaboration. We have seen the IORA involvement, the majority of India's trade, particularly product connected to energy, carried out over the Indian Oceans. Resources management and sustainable oceanic expansions are led by the IORA Blue Economy Unit. India's EEZ policies and studies such as creating coordination PPP, public-private partnership models for the growth of the blue economy in the main objective, along with the Ministry of External Affairs and FICCI, a designated nodal ministry or agency to the center or Niti Aayog should take the lead consistently in this to advance the strengthening the case for collaboration in the future. The three new conventions, the Convention of Biological Diversity, CBD, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, and the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification have relevance to coastal and marine biodiversity. India and the International Seabed Authority have to contract in the Central Indian Ocean. There are the international in the Indian jurisdiction. Conclusion and recommendations. India was we have knew about the importance of this sector. That's why India was the first country who set up a dedicated department of oceanic purposes, the Department of Oceanic Development in 1981. Now it's known as the Ministry of Earth Sciences. India has obtained exploration contract and polymetallic nodules over an area of 75,000 square kilometer and hydrothermal sulfide with the International Seabed Authority in 2021. The Indian government launched the deep ocean missions with a budget of 4,168 crore during the period of 2021 to 2026 to explore and harness marine resources sustainability. The Ministry of Earth Sciences recently joined, this is the United Nations program on the Clean Sea program to develop strategies for estimating and reducing oceanic marine litter, which is also a part of SDG 14. India out to take, this is the recommendation, India out to take the lead in creating standards for conducting commerce and maximizing the potential of the ocean sustainability, including aspect of ecology, integrity, maritime safety, human security, and national security, both design and execution. And now I would like to thank those encouraged and supported me to in this work. Few of them are sitting here in the this first row in the right corner, and few of them in the Sagar and Sanjeev. And thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shivan. Now we have come to the conclusion of session 2. Now we are moving on to the Q&A session. We request the audience to kindly raise your hands if you have any questions. I believe there are no questions. Thank you very much, presenters. It was a wonderful presentation. Congratulations. I request you to kindly take a seat in the audience. We request the audience to kindly wait till the time the arrangements have been made on the stage. Now we will be moving on to the next section, experts input. I kindly request the experts for today, Professor K.S. Rangappa, Dr. Sheshadri Chari, Commodore R.S. Vasan, Dr. Krishna Prasad N, and Dr. Bharati Hiremath onto the stage. May I also request Professor Navita Timaya from University of Mysore to kindly take a seat on the dais. Due to time constraint, I request the respected experts to kindly conclude your valuable remarks to 3 minutes. Thank you. Now, I invite Dr. Sheshadri Chari to give his expert inputs.
This is a good level playing field. So 3 minutes for me? No. 4 minutes. Only 3 minutes. Good. So I go on to make 3 comments. The first comment, of course, is very interesting. Each and every paper was very interesting. So interesting that I could hardly catch a sleep of even 2 minutes. So that is the best part of the whole presentation. And diverse views. I'm not, since there is terrific time constraint, I'm not going to speak on each and everything, but there are 3 areas which I want to flag. One is India's, all the papers were very good, but there were some papers which mentioned about the technology part of it. So all the present people who presented those papers will have to give references to those technologies which they have mentioned, and also the solution part of it. The second is the energy, number of papers were on energy solution and renewable energy. In that, I think there is not a single paper on nuclear energy. Maybe nobody is working in that particular field. So I would request, even now we have time, so if anybody can prepare a paper, not only those who are in the part of the conference, but even outside, can prepare a paper on the current nuclear situation, nuclear energy, and how we can contribute, how India can contribute towards that. That is one of the best alternative for fossil fuel. If I am not mistaken, there was nothing on nuclear energy, right? Yeah. So that we have to look into. Third point was about sustainable development goals. One of the solution, there are a number of good papers on that. So I'm not going into the merits of those papers. But one of the solutions that the government of India is trying to work out on a private basis, as of now, it is not government of India's program officially, but they are supporting the initiative. And we all know there is something called World Economic Forum. World Economic Forum is a private institution. It is not supported by any government. But every government under the sun participates in the World Economic Forum. On similar grounds, we are floating what is called World SDG Forum, World Sustainable Development Forum, Goals Forum, SDG Forum, World SDG Forum. It's now a private initiative. RIS is part of it. I'm looking after that initiative. But we are thinking that once it succeeds, the government will chip in and maybe participate, or they may not participate, or whatever it is, but somehow the government patronage will be there for World Sustainable Development Goals Forum, that is World SDG Forum. So that is one information. If somebody wants to work in that particular area, those who have done papers on SDGs can also contribute towards that. As far as climate change and mitigation subject is concerned, somebody mentioned, I think Mr. Om Ranjan mentioned about Green Climate Fund. So what other solutions, economic solutions, finance solutions we can do as far as climate resilience is concerned, that we can develop on that. If there can be new ideas on that particular area, we can do this. And along with it, we also have to, somebody mentioned about, Dr. Sushma Esa, Assistant Professor, Algae Biofuels Advancement in Sustainable Energy Source. That I appreciate that paper very much. That's a very new subject, and I think we should work on that subject. And I would appreciate if you can work on it better. But my only concern was about you can also think about exhaust residuals in it, because ultimately what we call as fossil fuel is also the same. Basically, it is algae and other vegetation that transforms itself, decarbonize, and then it goes into formation under extreme pressure. So under that pressure, it becomes crude. If there is more pressure, it will become diamond probably, right? So we extract at the crude level. Now, because it is carbon basically, it becomes fossil fuel emits carbon. But why will not algae emit carbon? So I feel a little more of research needs to go into that as far as exhaust residuals are concerned. It will be an interesting paper. And as you all know, as far as RIS is concerned, we have got about 7 verticals. So we have got one vertical on Ayush, one on science and technology, one on blue economy, one on CMEC, that is Center for Maritime Economy and Solutions, and one on developmental economy. So these are all certain verticals on which we are working with relevant ministries. That is why each and every paper that was presented here will become a basic policy document for these ministries. And once the paper goes to the ministries, it should not go only with the problems, but solutions and references to solutions, and so that these policies can be converted into projects. To convert that into project, we will have to have cooperation of the Science and Technology Ministry, with which we are also working. So that is the importance. And one, of course, we have been discussing this for quite some time. And Dr. Bharti Hiremat also has agreed for it, that each and every paper that was presented, and more papers if required, can be included, and everything will be recorded and brought out in a book form. So that is all the more necessary, and I would request you to sort of take that responsibility on yourself.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for very insightful inputs. I now invite Commodore R.S. Vasan. I am retired.
Thank you, Sapna. In fact, when Sapna was tasked with this time management in Chennai, first thing she brought was her bell. She said, I'm going to carry this bell and keep ringing, because I know people are not going to listen to. So we are allowed to use that for me also. Right. I think after Dr. Chari has brought out the issues, where he's identified issues, as well as some of the important new areas in which not enough research has been done. That's why my job is simplified. So I would like to look at the bigger picture. What is the bigger picture that we're looking at? Why are we trying to do all this? Whether it's through maritime dimensions, whether it's through blue economy, whether it is cyber security measures, whether it is, our compliance with SDG. All this is, we can simplify and say this is all towards achieving the goal of one earth, one family, one future. How are we going to do it? All of us have to join hands, and therefore India, I think, is in a position to take the lead role to promote this aspect of how we belong to one family. And unless there is a responsible action, whether it's towards climate change, whether it's towards use of technology in an innovative way, use of artificial intelligence, whatever is there, unless all of us use it, in a responsible manner, there's no future for this country or for the world for that. I think that was has to be understood. So in the context of that, all the papers presented, I must personally compliment each one of them. Because first of all, it's very clear that they worked very hard, that I worked for hours to condense all this into just 3 to 4 minutes and tell you what the essence is. So full marks to them. Please join me in applauding their effort. They've done a great job. So I'm very happy that Dr. Srinath Chari has said that all of them will be converted into some kind of a policy document. So there are common areas, common threads which are there. So if we club them together, it's very clear. One is about the increased emphasis on maritime economy, blue economy, and initiatives in the maritime domain, which also includes, as one of the paper brought out, the vulnerability in the cyberspace. We're talking about the submerged cables which carry all your traffic to them. So if some of you are accessing mobile today, it's because of the internet cables that are going underwater, but consider them. So this is a maritime dimension, the blue economy dimension. And India with a national flag, which has a central blue chakra, tells you that everything revolves around maritime initiatives. That's one aspect. The second thing was about a lot of references made to the G20, to the S2G, to the Troika, etc. So here again, it's important to understand what our common goals are and how are we in a position to do it. As I brought out earlier, these 17 SDGs, where individually, each of them when is tackled is what gives India an edge in ensuring that we conform to our goals. It's not good enough to set goals, but also to ensure that these are achieved. The other one was about, this alternate medicine. Swasthasya, swastha, or whatever. And I was very happy to hear that kind of a thing which was brought out here. So it's important, healthy mind and a healthy body is what everybody tells you. So therefore, any other initiative which is there to bring, good health to common people, whether it's through Ayushman Bharat, or whether it's through these insurance schemes or whatever it is there, this will help that India is now in the lead position. So I don't think, thank you for using that well. So that means I have 1 minute or I have finished? 1 minute, okay. So I'll finish in the next 50 seconds. Right. So I think what's important here is to understand that we embarked on this journey of engaging with the young minds to equip them, to educate them, to enable them. And from that point of view, we must compliment Dr. Bharti, RIS, and other partner organizations for generating this kind of a discussion, which is what holds the future. Like you also brought out earlier, the future is in your hands, and we are very happy that India is in the hands of people who are young, and they are the ones who will take lead roles in shaping the policy of this government to ensure that this concept of one earth, one family, and one future is complied with. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. I now invite Dr. Krishna Prasad in for presenting his inputs.
Good afternoon, everyone. We witnessed some interesting and innovative presentations as everyone is appreciating. One on mental well-being. Our mind, as it was already mentioned, our mind and thoughts have a major impact on wellness or illness. You know that thoughts are converted into chemicals, and these chemicals are the one which stimulate the particular gland, particular organ, or the particular system which decide the good or the bad effects on the body. So it's actually not the healthy mind in the healthy body, but it is the healthy body by healthy mind. So health is not just the mere absence of diseases. It is, samadosha samagnischa, samadhatumala kriyaha, prasannatmendriya manaha, swasthya vidiyate. It is the balanced state of everything, and being happy and enthusiastic is health. If you are not happy, you can't spread the happiness around you. I for illness, we for wellness. See, if you say it's I, it's me, everything is because of me, I am in charge of everything, bossism, what you can say, torturing, giving stress. What happens? You will get ill and you will spread the illness to the people even around you. On the other hand, wellness, be for wellness. You say everything is because of us. You go together with everyone, appreciate others, and compliment each other. Being positive brings wellness and also brings good lifespan. Okay? So when I say this, it's not the philosophy, it is the actual science. It is very much scientific, So let's look into the leading causes of death worldwide. In the first place is heart diseases, second is cancer, third is stroke, and fourth is ADR, adverse drug reactions. The first three are understandable. They are all our own because of our own mistakes, lifestyle disorders, high blood pressure, diabetes, obesity, unhealthy diet, physical inactivity. All these are lifestyle disorders. The fourth one, death due to ADR, adverse drug reactions, is a shocking leading cause of the deaths. So-called the medicine, which is supposed to facilitate the healing, itself is a bigger cause of death and diseases. So So their impacts and the treatments of the adverse reactions need not mention. So a pill is bringing an ill. This certainly is not a sustainable perspective. A sustainable healthcare measure should be easily accessible, easily available, affordable, and should not, we should actually meet the present needs without compromising the needs of the future. So being, bio-friendly, biocompatible, with very negligible or no side effects falls into the perspectives of sustainable healthcare measures. So in this regard, World Health Organization and even all the nations are looking at the traditional medicines and the healthcare systems, which are holistic in their ways and give importance to healthy lifestyle, healthy food habits, and are sustainable in nature. That's why the Ayush has been the hope for the healing. So now the biggest concern, because of the huge surge of interest and the increasing beneficiaries, is what? It leads us to the non-availability of the plant resources, medicinal plant resources. So that will be the biggest challenge. So what we need to do in that view is like we need to see that the medicinal plants are available for the use for this generation and the next generations to come. In that regard, what we need to do is like the way we plant ornamental plants everywhere, don't depend on the just the government measures alone. We will plant ornamental plants, no? The way we should plant medicinal plants all around, every place, every house, if you have the fields. So then a sustainable way of, we need to see that there is a sustainable way of harvesting medicinal plants or whatever. And hence the conservation, propagation, the continued conservation, continued propagation in the very large scale to prevent the demand and supply imbalances or crisis in the future is very important. So both health and wellness insurances support, not only the health insurances. It is the wellness insurance to even to maintain the health, for the well-being, there should be insurance support. Then only we can move towards the better healthcare, and it will be a pivotal in minimizing the burden on the healthcare systems. Thank you so much for hearing. Thank you.
In the half more minutes. 3 points which I mentioned. One was about nuclear energy. We also require paper. Why I'm saying this is, you can spread the word around. We require good papers on use of thorium for as a fuel. We are not yet gone into the third cycle, so we have to work on that particular aspect of use of thorium, and preferably if somebody can work on that area. It's a much larger area, bigger area. I know about it. I'm not an expert on it, so I'm just throwing the subject to all of you. So use of thorium as a fuel, or say how best we can do it as far as molten salt phosphorated reactor we will require. So anyone who can work on this for a longer time, it's not going to be one day work. Anyone who can think in those lines can give a brief paper. If it is a longer paper, we can even think of passing it on to BARC or Atomic Energy Division and put that person, either a student or a professor or whoever it is, into that department. So that is one area which needs longer work. Another is the energy sector. There was not even a single paper on use of hydrogen, which lot of experiment is going on in the West. India is not doing as much experiments as we require for it. But whatever we do, the technology part of it, will require use of electrolytes and anode and cathode rods. So this is one area of manufacturing. The world is going to require a huge number of anode and cathode rods. And India can be a production unit for it. So how scientifically we can do it, that is one area which somebody can work on. And the third area where we have to do some work is the semiconductor industry. Again, there is no paper on semiconductor industry. There could be some science student among you or professors also. So even those papers can be included as far as the energy section part of it is concerned. That I thought I would just mention.
I now invite Dr. Bharati Hiranand for her inputs.
Thank you so much, Sapna. Because many experts are there, like Commodore Vasan and all. We need to listen them. We need to take a lot of suggestions from Commodore Sir and Professor Navita Timaya. And now it is a time. I will not take a much time because it's already it is too much. It is already time for lunch. Anyway, I would like to say that. Mainly, I will focus on the young energy. Apart from all these energy, nuclear energy, and even all this energy, I will focus on the young energy. It is draining now. Now, India has to focus on the young energy. How to utilize this young energy? Instead of going outside, the university has to, government has to involve the young scholars. By providing the research projects and by having a collaboration with the universities and colleges at regional and national and global level. That collaborative work is very much needed. And as India is very good with technologies, some of the paper presenters said India is very good with the technologies. And why don't we use that by creating a corridor, a technological corridor, a health corridor between, global south and global north countries. That is one solution. You have to make solutions, more solutions. We need solutions. We know that many problems are there. We need solutions. That can be, get by the young energy or young scholars only, because we will be having innovative ideas, innovative, solutions, and that is very required for present time. And India is raising the voice. India representing the voice of global South. India has to maintain the good relations with the developing countries, and by bridging the gap between global North and global South countries. With this, I will conclude my words, and we have to maintain the relations, because as a part of international relations, I must tell that without having a harmonious relation with the global South countries, it has to maintain the global, soft relations, because India now it is a leading role in the G20 Troika and India has proved, it can lead the world with with its soft power, with its indigenous culture. We have a culture, we have a habit of living with the nature, recycle, reuse. We know that. It is inbuilt with the Indian. We have to pass these informations to the world. And this way, India can lead the global South, and India can lead the voice for global South. Once again, it can raise the voice for the global South countries. With this, I will conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now I invite Professor Navita Timaya from University of Mysore to present the experts' inputs. So once again, I thank for this opportunity. So today we have seen so many paper presenters, including me. I just gave the economic overview of global value chains
and how India is participating along with other G20 economies. So the key point, the base for everything nowadays lies in sustainable development. So how do we sustain everything? Any resources, we have to think of sustainability. So whether time or Madam spoke about young energy, young scholars and all, because we are the country which is experiencing demographic dividend. In the sense, we have great youth power in the country. So how to utilize that youth power sustainably towards sustainable development? That is a key question. So one of the presenters mentioned, Osachi Guru Aleveru. So we have this indigenous system of knowledge, the Ayush system of medicine, where we can have sustainable health style, preventive health care. And why do we need this? So that our human capital, human resources are excellent. Once human resources are excellent, everything will go well. Our brain will function well once we are healthy. So if we are getting creative ideas, you can contribute to technology, and with whatever indigenous system of knowledge which we have, we can think of moving together along with the whole world. So Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that was one of the key principle of G20 Connect when India took its presidency. So we know that that has been the basic philosophical principle that is coming with centuries with us. So that is imbibed in us. So how to take the system of knowledge that is already there and how to move ahead in the future. That is most important, and many papers have thrown light on that, the technological aspects, how to use energy in a more sensible way, the different forms of renewable energies, the healthy lifestyle, the sustainable lifestyle. And Dr. Krishna Prasad just spoke on how to sustain with medicinal plants also, like we grow ornamental plants. Why don't we grow medicinal plants also in and across our homes itself? Even though we might not have very big space and all. So all this adds to the greenery, the green life, which is most important aspect of sustainable development. We give importance to society, the people, the quality of human life, then the economy, the economical aspects, because there has to be prosperity, then environment. And along with this three bottom line, there is something which is very, very important to keep all this online. That is governance. So the governance has to be again sustainable. If everything has to move in coordination, if we have to achieve our sustainable development goals. So we are talking so much, but still when we see the hunger index report across the globe, we stand third. That is very shocking. India ranks third in the country in the hunger index when it comes to child hunger and all. So there are these challenges before us, before the society. Though everything looks colorful, we have to look at challenges and provide proper solutions to that. So I hope the deliberations on this Sunday, the Easter Sunday, as the experts mentioned, on the Resurrection Day, I hope there will be resurrection of many more excellent ideas in future. So thank you. Thank you.
Here is an announcement. It's a good news from the RIS, and all the young scholars and young faculties. You can write a paper. You can write to us paper, full paper. It should not less than be 3,000 words. It can exceed up to 5,000. We will give an anyway. We have a mail ID. We will ask you to write a paper, and we will give the details how to write the paper. Whatever the themes left out here, as RIS are given the directions, we will invite. Whatever the themes left out here, you can write, you can include. Even after you are having any innovative ideas, any innovative technologies, how to improve the sustainable development. And that also you can write the papers. And we will give the directions. We will mail you and get ready with the paper, full paper with new innovative ideas. Okay. And this has to be done before April end. By April end, get ready with the paper, and we will invite you and we are thinking to, publish it. Okay? Okay then.
Thank you very much, distinguished experts, for providing your very insightful inputs in a very short span of time. As we have come to the end of the very engaging and impactful sessions, which was followed by a very knowledgeable expert session, it is my honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks. First and foremost, on behalf of the organizers, we would like to extend a sincere thanks to this distinguished guests and experts for being here with us today despite your busy schedule and gracing the occasion and providing the young audience with your valuable insights and knowledge. Our gratitude goes to the organizers, Department of International Relations, Mysore University, Research and Information System for Developing Countries, RIS New Delhi, and the collaborators, Chennai Center for China Studies and Kaveri Ayurvedic Medical College and Hospital, Mysore, for organizing the conference smoothly and taking care of all the nitty-gritties of the conference and providing the young researchers a platform to enhance their ability and showcase their ability. A special thanks to Dr. Bharati Hiremath for the leadership provided to the national seminar and playing a major role in the success of the seminar. A huge thanks to the young volunteers from the University of Mysore and Kaveri Ayurvedic Medical College and Hospital for the support rendered for the national seminar to make it a huge success. A sincere thanks to all the wonderful presenters who came from across India for presenting your paper in a very precise manner within a very short span of time. Your presentation added immense value to the national seminar. Last but not the least, the young audience was Mysore and meeting on a Sunday. And we hope that you had a wonderful day and a very insightful session. We hope to host each and every one of you for a similar session in the future. Thank you and Jai Hind. Now we request the distinguished experts to kindly stay back on the stage for a photo session. Presenters, you can come out. We request all the presenters to kindly get ready. After the session, we'll have a photo session with the experts.